second?
Second.
All right, we'll do the formalities out there.
Out
Yeah,
there.
but for the record, that would be Mr. Haas as chairman, and then Sue's the vice chair, right?
Mr. Haas is chair and Ms. Blankenship
He gets
is.
a Mr. and I get a suit.
I like it better. How's that? Is that a good answer?
Wow, I'm gonna have to admit that in the public arena tonight.
I'm just gonna do that again, out there.
Okay.
We'll see how that rolls next time. All right.
Because I couldn't remember the last name, is that maybe, how's that, is that better?
Well, thank you to the commission for your confidences and the direction, both in chair and vice chair position, so. Okay, Mary, fire away.
Okay, so item number 7, the first case item on your agenda is the Coppell Fire Station. So it's fire station number 3, just outside the doors here. Essentially what they're going to do is, if you're looking at the fire station from the parking lot, everything from the bays towards Parkway Boulevard is going to go away. And they're going to add a new addition, about 6,623 square feet. It's going to be new kitchen, airlocks, essentially personnel quarters, yada, 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 all that kind of stuff. There's going to be an outdoor area as well that's going to be facing the parking lot. Essentially, the parking's going to stay about the same. They're going to have 15 parking spots. What else? Yeah.
Any
Signage.
variances to city code?
Nope, this is a straight site plan, so once it gets approved here, they're gonna be good to go. It's not gonna go to council or anything else.
Okay. Any questions, Mary, on that one?
Sir,
Mr. Hafen?
Mary, I was driving out of the parking lot a while back, and I greeted several of our wonderful farmers. They were playing pickleball of all things,
Yeah, in the parking lot.
in the parking lot, and I'm going, what is this about? We should be able to stripe, a pickleball court for these guys and make it look, I think it was drawn out in chalk, if I remember correctly. And I wondered if that's on the plan.
Not that I'm aware of.
I was actually gonna say the same thing, I saw that too. I was like, they should have a pickleball court.
Why not?
So is that a request that goes to the Parks Department about considering some paint?
Can we do that?
An observation that can
Sure
maybe
will.
in-house get floated up.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't want to, if they want to do that, that's fine, we can take care of that administratively, but I don't want it dedicated for that, because they go out there and they do other things out there besides play pickleball. They wash the units out there, they have some training exercises out there, so I don't want anyone to think that I'm taking up pickleball space, nor am I inviting members of the public to show up and go, hey, there's a pickleball court in the parking lot.
Okay, good point.
Okay.
Well, I don't know about that, sir. I mean, the nets are portable, they roll on wheels, and you take them off the court and you do your other activities.
Well, I
As
understand,
long
but
as
if
you
you
just-
draw it on the site plan, then it's supposed to be striped like that permanently. And so I don't want it dedicated as a site or as a pickleball facility.
Yeah, especially, the fire alarm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they want to do that.
Yeah, as an informal
Who's gonna
consideration,
get,
not
I'm
part
not
of
gonna,
this.
Yeah.
Not part of
It's
this.
an informal thing, we'll
Yeah.
take care of it.
Okay.
So where are the firemen going to stay while this construction is?
Is it, let's say at 4, 1,
4s and 5s are gonna get split up.
4 and 5. There you go.
To Station 4 and Station 5?
Correct.
Got it. And so I designed a fire station or 2. So is this fire station, does it design in triplicates, like there's 3 refrigerators and 3 beddings and 3
For each shift.
Yes.
shifts?
With the exception of the pantries.
There's 1 pantry, 3 refrigerators, individual bedrooms, individual restrooms for the most part. They'll have to share them. They're not galley style like we currently have.
Got it. And are the restrooms ADA accessible or just one?
They're ADA,
Just one.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any more questions? We'll go on to item 8.
Well, we thank them for their service.
Thank you. So item 8 is 416 K Street. So this is actually an STR, but the removal of an STR. So this was actually the first STR that went through our new process. And the owner of that property is no longer wanting to do short-term rentals. So because it's zoning, we're going through the process again to remove the STR. So she applied, we're taking it through. She will not be here tonight, just so you know. Pretty straightforward.
On renewals, is it an annual thing to renew, or once approved, always approved?
The zoning is there, but you have to still do an application form annually.
So she, after the year, if she didn't wanna do it anyway, she could've just not did anything, it would've gone away anyway.
Yeah, but part of the condition on the original one is that if you sold it or something else, that you,
Yeah.
to tell us, and because it stays with the property, we want to bring it back to residential
Yeah.
zoning.
The removal of an SUP requires, that can't be done administratively.
Because it's a zoning ordinance change, so only you and council can change the zoning. ordinance.
And then the next item is Mr.
Okay,
Steers.
next
I
time.
have a
Okay.
council question for this. So I'm in the notification period, I know this person. Do I need to abstain from this?
Yes,
Okay.
not because you know her, but because if you're within 200 feet in the notice area, then you have a conflict.
Yeah, because it's gonna look funny, you running back and forth between the podium and the.
So he'll
That's a
need to
good
fill,
question, though. I
he'll need to
didn't
fill
know
some
that.
formal
Yeah.
work, and then leave the,
I'll need to fill it.
okay. Okay.
And then he'll leave when you call that item, he'll leave and then I'll fetch you back for it. You can come back here.
Good, that's a good catch.
So I just need to say abstain at the vote.
No, you get on leave.
I want to get up and leave, okay?
Yeah,
You just come back
just
here.
come back here.
You just come back here and then I'll come back and get you when the item's complete.
Okay.
Leave you alone with pizza.
Okay, next item is the Natera zoning change. This is similar to the conceptual plan that was approved in December, and really very slight changes, and I'll go through those out in the room, big room. Any questions on that one? Item number 10 is Lost Creek Live Work zoning change. That was Chris Collins' deal. We met with him and the city attorney and drafted a definition of home-based business as it relates to his PD, as instructed by you guys. So I'll go through the case for you, just the entire case, but then I'll go through what's transpired since then out in the big room. Any questions on that one?
Are
I do-
you and our city attorney, happy with it?
Yeah, I mean, I think we did the best we could without doing too much violence to the ordinance. Because we chose home-based business because that's different from home occupation. And the whole idea was to create the atmosphere that there was retail business or retail uses and required some signage and things like that Matt and I kind of put in there. So I think it's the best we can do.
Okay.
Yes, so just for clarification, they are not proposing signage.
We
at this
thought
time.
that was.
Yeah, we thought that would have been a good thing, but
You know,
They
to
are
have a
not
sign up, it
proposing,
says,
yeah.
even if it was like me and I was practicing out of there, and even though I didn't go see clients and I go see my clients, I'd put a banner up or a sign up that would say, have my name and attorney,
Box up.
by appointment, or when I would invite people to come and see me, because you wanted to create some of that synergy with Old Town.
Okay.
yeah, it's some of the,
'Cause those are things that you all talked about too.
yeah, we got a letter back in opposition, and some of the concerns were really valid. And so I'll go through those, and maybe we ought to change some of the language from may to shall, and that sort of thing. Because if we're talking, okay, a residence with a home-based business, this use is allowed. Straight residential is not allowed. If we're saying that, then we need to use the word shall. It
Right.
shall be a home-based business.
That was gonna be
Yeah.
one of my questions. The use may
Yeah.
be visible from the exterior.
Yeah, well, so what that is with a typical home-based business, you don't want them visible. And with this one, you want them visible.
Right.
So we're
So we're
saying,
trying to differentiate between a home occupation
yeah,
is what we were trying to accomplish there, and giving you latitude. But I don't have any, I'm not super proud of this. We just did the best we could, try to fit it in with where I think we did what you wanted us to do. But
Okay.
there's still nuance to this.
And
that's
it
all
can
it's
be
kind-
massaged.
Does this differentiate between the upstairs and the downstairs, or either?
Residential upstairs, downstairs requires a certain percentage.
But if it's two separate,
No, it's not mixed use.
It-
It's
can't
not
be.
mixed use.
okay,
The
it
owner-
cannot, so it
the
can't be two
owner
separate
occupies-
home-based businesses?
It can only be one owner that lives there and conducts the business in the bottom. Yes, sir.
Has,
Well, good work, you guys. Thanks for working that out. I think that was the right thing to do for this guy, to help
Yeah,
him out with that.
yeah, we'll see.
has staff recommendation changed on this from the last time? I was just not put.
No.
Yeah, has not, okay.
It has not changed.
Okay.
Back to Mary?
So the next case is property at the corner of Canyon and Coppell Road. It's the it's a triangular piece, about 9.9 acres. What they're looking to do is put an apartment complex, age 55 and older. It'll be 225 units, 4 stories. So similar to what you've seen proposed there before, but slightly different. So essentially, they're gonna be providing amenities on there, like a kitchen, library, media room, package room, resident lounge, beauty salon, leasing area, a reading nook on each floor, a fenced dog park, hot tub grilling area, pool, community garden, and that kind of thing. So they'll have units, 1 and 2 bedroom units. The breakdown is 142 1-bedrooms, 83 2-bedrooms. The ranges in the square footage of the units range from 720 to 1,020 for 1-bedroom, 1,110 to 1,350 for the 2-bedroom, which exceed the MF2 requirements. So they are asking for some PD conditions because we don't have anything that allows the 4-story. They're slightly exceeding the dwelling units per acre by 0.7. It's gonna be 22.7 versus 22. One of the other conditions that they're looking at is parking. So typically with 1 and 2 bedroom units, you've got the 2 plus a half for a guest. They're proposing 1.5 versus that. So they'll have about half of that parking under a covered carport. They're gonna have about 341 parking spaces versus the 563 that you would typically have. But according to them, based on the age, bless you, on the age restriction, this would meet their requirements.
So do you have a list of what's different between the application we denied and this application?
I do not, but when just going through it, actually I did write it down. So my notes are back in the office.
Mary, I can help with that.
It was like 23 units per acre versus 22.7. Parking, I can't remember exactly. They're pretty close.
Amenity package is a little nicer on this one.
Yeah, this one has a more amenities that they're providing than the other one.
The last application was low income,
This one will be
and this is market rate.
market rate, right?
The last application, they had bond financing and a nonprofit who was sponsoring the organization so that they would be exempt from property taxes.
Yeah,
But we weren't voting on that, we were voting on
Right,
zoning.
but there was a credit system involved and so they had some financial issues and development issues, and that's why I think the amenity package was not as robust either.
And the parking? Are we comfortable with the proposed parking?
They have a TIA,
I read the
Memo.
memo, but that's, I see what ITE, you know, says that parking generation rate is, but what about live examples here that we can relate to?
We don't have any live
No.
Yeah,
examples.
they do though.
Okay.
So ask
Yeah.
them, because they've done other developments like this.
Okay.
So you're saying, so, just so I understand, so they are coming back with a 1.26, and your
It's
recommendation, they
it's
go
one
to
and a half.
1.5?
No, they
This-
are, it does have
This is
one and a
not the
half.
same applicant.
Oh, okay, okay.
This is a much different application.
Yeah. So there's, I think, more parking on this one than the last one.
Okay.
Jimmy, go get your
Um,
notes.
I'm
Jimmy,
sorry?
go get your notes. I'll be happy to do it.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'll, in terms of, let's see here. In terms of, they're gonna propose that, you know, based on what it's currently zoned and what could be allowed there, this is kind of generating the least amount of traffic versus, office or retail type of uses. Because with the retail, you could have, or the office, you could have much more, parking, or sorry, traffic.
Mhm.
What do we got here? I need my glasses.
They at the office? I'm teasing.
I gotta do my cheaters. So there's an exhibit A you'll see, it's big on the screen.
Yeah,
You'll see that the other uses provide a lot more traffic than what this one would do. Then there's,
Question on the 55 plus, is that in
Yeah.
perpetuity? Is there anything in the HOA that says this shall be 55 plus forever?
There's no deed restriction, but it would be required in the zoning and we're required under the FHA that it,
Okay.
It's part of
that
the
it carry
community.
that,
Yeah.
that carries that designation.
and so part of their, because they're gonna have a little PowerPoint presentation that they're gonna do, and it'll say, 55 plus, no one younger than 40 allowed there, no more than, a guest visiting for like so many days.
So
kind of all
55
those
plus, no one under,
Well,
things. Well, if
if-
your spouse.
one person has
like,
to be.
like an old guy like me could have a young wife, that's okay.
Still trying to process that, but
I'm trying to.
So am I.
okay,
Yeah,
but these are rental, they're not ownership,
correct.
okay, and at least the lessee is 55,
Correct,
okay.
yes.
Well,
Um,
Mary, is this a bond, an FHA finance project, do you know?
I have no idea about any of the financing, I'm just looking strictly at
I
the
don't
zoning.
believe it is, there's no tax credit for anything involved. We normally see that as part of the application, but for legal reasons, I try to stay away from that, because it really doesn't matter. They
So-
try to put me in that box all the time. I
Okay.
refuse to get put in.
Yeah, so part of their presentation will say market rate apartments,
So this is purely just residential, there's no
yeah,
No, because-
medical supported?
No, sir, it's not
Services.
assisted, it's just active adult, older adult, I think is how they market it.
yeah, like they have like a beauty salon, and then I think they'll have like maybe a room in there where a traveling nurse can come once a week or something, they'll speak to that. Elevations, there's, I think, one PD condition for the balcony, because we require that anything that faces the street be totally a solid material. They're proposing like an 8-inch cementous panel with a 3/4 inch gap in between. It's gonna be laid horizontally, so that's another little variation. One thing that need clarification from them, because they did send us, when they sent us the revised plans, they were showing fencing around the entire property, but then in their presentation that I looked at, it says a gated community, so I just need clarification, because we did not look at it as a gated community, meaning totally closed off. So if that's something that they're looking at, we need to kind of re-examine for fire and safety, kind of where the gates are and the opticom and all that kind of stuff. Maybe, I'm trying to see if they just meant fenced but not necessarily gated.
Yeah, like enclosed, so
Yeah, I thought I saw one of the pictures that
separation.
they showed a gate across. But-
Yeah, that was something we need to clarify with them, because that was not the original thing that we looked at.
Okay.
In terms of signage, they're looking at a monument sign out front, nothing specific for the building. We'll look at that when it comes in, they'll have to comply with everything else. So this is a two-part request. First is for the type of zoning, the second is for the change to amend the land use, future land use map. Because right now it has it as freeway special district, and they're looking to change it to the apartments. So the closest is the urban residential neighborhood, which allows for higher density. So that you can't have one without the other. So if the zoning gets approved, then we would assume that you're approving the future land use map amendment. If you deny one, then we're assuming you are denying the other one. But you'll have to make a motion on both of those.
Mary, do we need to continue the case if it is gated, because, or do we expect fire to be able to stay and render an opinion tonight? I don't wanna put staff in that position that we make a call and it turns out it's wrong and then we've made a decision based on bad information, that's all I'm asking.
I think we would need to take a look at that and see how that all works out,
Okay.
make sure that we're comfortable with it. We did receive some emails, and I think I forwarded you the email with, it was kind of like a form statement that they all sent. About 2/3 of the 9 or 10 were beyond were within the 800 feet. The other third, 3 or 4, were beyond that 800 feet. So there's, essentially they were talking about, I think they were kind of mixing up some of this with the other project that was here about a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Traffic turmoil, pollution, parking.
I see on here a secondary trash fenced location, but I don't see a primary.
So they're gonna have compactors, locations inside the building,
Okay.
and they're gonna have, where, once it gets filled up, they'll bring it out to the actual trash,
To the secondary.
to the secondary one, yeah. So the
For our
first one's
purposes,
inside.
It's primary,
Okay.
on the outside. It's secondary for them because the primary is internal into the building.
Yeah,
I noticed they put that on the residential side.
Do they have trash chutes in the building, do you know?
3,
what's that?
I think I saw
Yeah, it looks like they have a big place where they're gonna put a dumpster, they have a big.
Yeah, cause they'll have trash compactors, we can just dump it in there. Let's see here.
25 by
so-
16.
Some of these things on here I don't think are accurate to this project. But anyway, so staff is recommending approval on this one, subject to the conditions. If you want, I can go through them, but essentially, it's the ones that we were talking about.
And so if there is an issue with the fencing or the gate, it'd be subject to staff approval for emergency access, if we need to add that.
Right,
Fire
'cause-
review,
Sorry?
or fire review.
Yeah, we definitely have to go over it with fire. I brought it up with them today, cause I was like, I don't remember seeing that. And, we'll have to look, because there's certain things we need to look at in terms of coming off the street. We don't want you hanging out into
Turn
the middle
radius.
of the road and where the gates are and Opticom systems, et cetera.
Mary, are these developers related to the prior application developed, or is there any indication of that?
Not that I'm aware of. And you'll see during their presentation, other developments that they've done or are doing. I think a lot of their stuff is like in Austin. They do a range of apartments and assisted living type of facilities. Is any other questions? We got
The other
Matt.
thing that I was kind of curious about with this project is the unit mix. Having such a huge amount of one bedrooms versus twos. And I wondered about the marketability of that. I don't know, you know, what the study says regarding the market depth or any of that nature, but that's a lot of one bedrooms.
Yeah, definitely ask the applicant all those detailed
you
questions.
don't
If they
like
go
the-
the other way, they're gonna crash into parking more, worse.
Well, they would definitely have fewer units if they had two bedrooms, right? But
Right.
I wondered about that part as far as it's,
It's a density issue for you. The more single bedroom you have, the denser really the development, so that's a fair question for you guys.
All right.
Chairman, I'd remind the commissioners if they have legal questions during any of the agenda
Yeah.
items.
Executive
we'll
session.
Come back and
Next case was the True Hotel. That's on, that's, I guess, south and west of the QT, off of Freeport Northwestern. Essentially, it was approved for an office, and now they're modifying that plan to show a hotel. They have kept the linear park concept that was originally approved as part of the PD. They've kind of narrowed it a bit to get some more parking in there. They're asking for two exceptions. One is the room count. They're proposing 100 rooms instead of the 125 that are typically required. And then they've got a landscape area exception that they're proposing enhanced stamped paving in lieu of some of the landscape area. Typically, we allow for that on sites that are 2 acres or less. This is just over 2 acres. So that wouldn't typically need to be an exception, but they're including that there. So I'll go through the number of amenities they're providing, the look of the building in the big room. Do you guys have any questions on that case? Okay, the next one,
What was the other hotel flag? The one next door?
that's 4 Points by Sheraton.
Sheraton.
Yeah, and it's the same owner right now. They plan on building this one first. There are 4 shared parking spaces with that hotel. So we'll need to get that plan administratively approved and make sure that they have
Okay.
sufficient parking for that one. Next case was the batch plant. That's off of East Beltline Road, north of the DART tracks. And, we just don't feel like it's an appropriate use for that portion of Coppell. We have very little land, and so we're recommending denial. It would require a future land use plan amendment as well.
What changed since our last meeting?
Well, it's more temporary. Before, they didn't specify a duration, and now they're saying it's 5 years. 5 years is the maximum that they would be on there. So we sent out notices, and we did receive one in favor, and that's the property owner, and I believe he owns the adjacent property to the east. And the last proposal we had sent out, we had received one in opposition, but we haven't received an updated letter for that one. And so I'll go through that case out in the big room. Any questions on that? Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, guys? Staff? All right, so the time is 6:32, maybe a 5-minute break before we reconvene. Okay, so I'll adjourn the work session, 6:32. Okay, the time is 6:41, and the Planning and Zoning Commission is reconvening into general session. Our first order of business is citizens' appearance. Is there anybody that is here that would like to speak on any item other than what's posted on the agenda? Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item 5 on the agenda. That's election of officers. Ed? Ken?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I nominate Edmund Haas as our chairman for the Planning Commission and Sue Blankenship for vice chair of our Planning Commission.
Thank you for that. Is there a second?
I'd like to second and thank you both for your service.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion by Commissioner Hafman and a second by Commissioner Maurer. Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Dobmeyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Maurer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman?
Aye.
And Commissioner Bishop?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, very good. For the audience, we do have one of our members that's remote today, so you might hear voices piping in from above. So glad you could be with us there, Cindy. Our item 6 on the agenda is to consider approval of the minutes from our December 18th meeting. Is there any discussion on the minutes, or is there a motion by the commission?
I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hafman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Blankenship. Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Dobmeyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Maurer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman?
Aye.
And Commissioner Bishop?
Abstain.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
All righty. Item 7 on the agenda is to consider approval of a site plan, that being the Capel Fire Station number 3, a site plan to allow for an addition and renovation of Fire Station number 3 of the living quarters portion of the building located at 133 East Parkway Boulevard at the request of the City of Capel, and being represented by Ken Pope of PGAL. We have a staff presentation by Miss Mary Brown Boswell. Mary?
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Item 7 is a site plan approval. This request is to amend the existing site plan for an addition and renovation of Fire Station number 3, which is just outside here. City Council approved the request for qualifications for this project in September of 2025. The fire department will be compliant with the NFPA 1710 standard for the organization and deployment of fire suppression operations, emergency medical operations, and special operations. The final impact will improve service delivery, response times, as well as increase the health and safety for personnel serving at Station 3. So the existing building north of the vehicle bays is proposed to be demolished and replaced with the new construction of a 6,623 square foot new building, creating a total of 14,239 square feet. The addition will expand the building to include private sleeping quarters for fire personnel. Other additions include airlocks, restroom shower facilities, kitchen dining area, living room, fitness room, watch office with computer workstations, bunker gear storage room to accommodate up to 18 personnel, laundry facilities, decontamination room, technology, medical supply closet. There are 15 parking spaces which are provided for the staff members proposed to occupy the building. The fire apparatus will utilize the existing driveway on Veterans Way and Parkway Boulevard. A brick wall and landscaping will screen the outdoor patio area being proposed adjacent to the building facing the parking lot. So the site sits at the corner of Parkway Boulevard and Veterans Way. The proposed building addition extends towards Parkway Boulevard, but still allows for the minimum 15-foot plus landscape buffer, which exceeds requirements. The building addition along Veterans Way will also allow for a minimum 37-foot plus landscape buffer. We've got 3 redbuds proposed along Veterans Way, along with 2 cedar elms, a red oak along Parkway Boulevard, in addition to 2 existing trees. 3 additional redbuds proposed along the entryway to the front door of the station. Additional plantings and ground cover line the entryway. The landscaping to the south surrounding the existing building will remain as is. So in the next couple of images, you're going to see essentially kind of like an aerial top view with the addition in the color and the existing in gray, how it's going to remain. And this next view shows basically the same image, but then you can see the inside of the building. So you can see the sleeping quarters, the fitness area, the kitchen, etc. So as I mentioned, the building addition of 6,623 square feet will increase the total building size to 14,239. The new addition will be a combination of brown brick, beige brick, and CMU wainscoting. Materials will match the existing portion of the building that is to remain. A station medallion will be placed on the side of the main door entrance, which will be the highest point of the building at 27 feet 4 inches. The rest of the building will be 20 feet 8.5 inches in height. Aluminum letters will be placed on the building saying Coppell Fire Station Number 3. The eastern portion of the site will also house an outdoor patio area screened with a wall and landscaping. The eastern and northern elevations will have transom windows for additional light. The north elevation will house the workout room and face Parkway Boulevard. The elevation will also have the main entrance for civilians and a large number 3 for Fire Station Number 3. The western elevations will front Veterans Way and have 4 windows. This area of signage proposed falls within the guidelines for signage. The next couple images are basically some renderings of what it will look like when completed. So this is from Parkway Boulevard looking into the site. And this is a nighttime view with the trees removed, just so you can see the building. And now a little treat for everybody. We're going to have a little video tour. If you get dizzy, just close your eyes. So here's the main entrance going into the main foyer. Here we've got an ADA bathroom. Then we're going into the main fire hall station area. We got a workstation. Now we're into the kitchen and dining area. Another view. This is kind of their living quarters, living room. Back to the kitchen. There's the 3 fridges, Sue. Now we're going to go back to the living quarter area. So we've got the laundry room. This is where they'll store all their gear. Bathrooms for the firefighters that are staying there. This is their fitness area. Especially like the trees in the windows. So staff is recommending approval of the request with no outstanding conditions. This is a site plan, and so this item will be, once approved, done, and will not have to go to City Council. We do have someone, Mr. Kent Pope, here as well, if you have any questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mary. I like the 3D graphics and looking forward to the animation for all the other applications tonight with the 3D graphics. Any questions of staff by the commission? Sue?
Mary, I had a quick question about the landscaping. So since this is a site plan and there's existing crepe myrtles that are along the north side of the building and probably a 30-inch oak tree, I can't remember exactly what it was. I know it was fairly big. Will they be removing all of that vegetation and landscaping, and don't they have to replace that at least in kind?
So they are taking out the crepe myrtles and some trees because the building is extending further than where it currently lies, and they are planting more trees than what is currently out there.
Yeah, they're taking over. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
They did do a tree mitigation plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions of staff? Any discussion by the commission, or is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the site plan Capel Fire Station 3 to allow addition and renovation for Fire Station 3, subject to, well, there are no outstanding conditions.
Subject to 3D graphics by everybody else.
There you go.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Moore. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hafman. Cammy, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Dobmeyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman?
Aye.
And Commissioner Bishop?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 8 on the agenda is a public hearing to consider approval of PD-210 R2R-SF-9, that being 416 K Street, a short-term rental. A zoning change request from Plan Development Number 210, Revision Number 2, Single Family, to Plan Development 210, Revision 2, Revised, Single Family 9, to remove the short-term rental on .22 acres of property located at 416 K Street. At the request of Lorna Bell, the property owner, we have a staff presentation by Ms. Mary Perone Boswell. Mary?
Chairman Haas, I need to abstain from the discussion and vote of this topic.
Yes, very good. Thank you for that. There's some paperwork to sign, so staff will get that for you.
Okay, so item number 8. This item is regarding a short-term rental that was approved back in 2023. This was actually the first one to go through our new process. So the applicant no longer wishes to rent out the one-bedroom and is asking that the zoning be changed, allowing the STR to be removed from the property. Because it is a PD, a zoning change request, we did send out notices within 200 and 800 feet and received no responses. So staff is recommending approval of this request with the property being subject to the original PD conditions for the subdivision.
Okay.
That's the end of my presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Mary. So because it's a new formal process to apply for, this is kind of the closure of a formal process for removing that designation.
Exactly. It's zoning, so it stays with the property, and to remove it, we have to go back through that process again.
Okay. So the applicant's not here tonight?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there anybody for the public that would like to speak for or against the proposed application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any final discussion by the commission? Is there a motion by the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve a zoning change request from PD 210R2-SF9, Plan Development 210, Revision 2, Single Family 9, to PD 210R2R-SF9, Plan Development 210, Revision 2, Revised, Single Family 9, to remove a short-term rental on .22 acres of property located at 416 K Street at the request of Lorna Bell.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Hafman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Blankenship. Cammy, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Aye.
Commissioner Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman?
Aye.
Commissioner Bishop?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Dobmeyer, you may return to the room. Item 9 on the agenda is a public hearing to consider approval of Plan Development Number 221, Revision Number 4, Revision Number 2, Light Industrial, a zoning change request from PD-221 R4R-LI to PD-221 R4R2 LLI to allow for a detailed a detailed plan development of a 439,689 square foot office and distribution center on approximately 25.4 acres of property located at the southwest corner of Point West Boulevard and Dividend Drive at the request of Jin Song of Natera and being represented by Rob Pennington of Kimley Horn. We have a staff presentation by Mr. Matt Steer. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. This is your second public hearing this evening. It's item number 9. In December 2025, Council approved a request for a future land use map amendment to the 2030 Comprehensive Master Plan from Freeway Special District to Industrial Special District, and a conceptual zoning change from Highway Commercial to Plan Development 221 Revision for Revised Light Industrial. Currently, Natera is proposing a detail PD for a facility to house their world headquarters. And so here's the conceptual plan that was approved, and here's their detail PD. So this is on 25.4 acres. The building area is proposed to be 439,689 square feet. Southwest elevation of the building faces IH 635. The enhanced two-story office area is on the south corner of the building. The truck area faces Point West Boulevard, therefore screening is required. They're proposing a 14-foot concrete screen wall on both sides of the dock area, right here and right here. And then they've got a berm right here. That'll screen the trucks from Point West. The highest point of the building is 55 feet, and it's located on the southeast corner of the building, where the office component is 2 stories. The office is 45,826 square feet, and the warehouse area is 397,395 square feet. Parking required for an office is 1 parking space per 300 square feet. For a warehouse is 1 parking space per 2,000 square feet. So 352 total parking spaces are required, and they're meeting that requirement by proposing 368. There are no trees currently on site. They're proposing 240 overstory trees and sufficient landscape area to meet the requirements of the landscape section of the zoning ordinance. There are also 2 retention ponds proposed, and each will have a fountain. On the building elevations and rendering, the building is proposed to be 55 feet in height and will be site cast concrete wall panels with tinted gray glass storefront and limestone accent panels. The only differences from this proposal to the conceptual plan are, if you look really close, you're going to see the deletion of a canopy that extended on the top window of the front southeast elevation. See that? There's the top canopy, and it goes away.
I might be able to see if we had 3D
Right, yeah.
graphics, but
Well, we'll get you that next time. And here's some other neat graphics here. The extension of the windows on the top of the structure, on that south elevation, you see how they extend up towards the top? And then on the rendering, you can see those rendered to the top. And the bottom is the north elevation, and no changes to that. So here's the southeast elevation and the material board. You can see that change again. We sent out 6 notices to surrounding property owners within 200 feet, 2 within 800 feet, and received no responses either in favor or opposition. We're recommending approval of PD 221R4R2LI detail plan, subject to additional comments being generated at the time of building permit and detailed engineering review. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant is in the audience if you have any questions for him.
okay. Is the applicant here to present the case? Is there anything you'd like to add to the presentation? Out of curiosity, when might the facility be operational, and any scheduling on that?
I don't know exactly when they want to break ground, but as quickly as possible.
Okay. If I forgot to ask you, we could get your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir, Rob Pennington, Livermore. I'm a Dallas local, so.
Can you have him speak into the mic? I can't hear him.
Oh, sorry about that. Rob Pennington, from Livermore. Can you hear me better? And my address is 57643 Pittman Lane, Dallas, 75206.
And you're in concurrence with any final additional comments will be generated during the building permit process?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Any questions of the applicant? Sue?
I had a quick question, and maybe it was just a nuance. Matt, you mentioned that there's 2 retention ponds. Are they retention ponds or detention ponds? Since you're the engineer, I figured you would know.
Their retention.
Retention? They don't require any detention on the site?
They'll serve as both. Retention just meaning they'll be wet like year round with a fountain. But they will serve as detention as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, Amin?
All the minimum landscape is met on their site design? Okay, because I'm just concerned with a long blank wall facing 635, which I think is the only building that we have that is going to be like that, so it's just, there's a good amount of screening, but it'd be nice if there's more.
Thanks for that comment, but that went through the process last time, and so, yeah. Okay, any other questions by the commission? Okay, thank you much. This is a
Thank you.
public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any
Y'all have a good
final-
night.
Sorry, any final deliberation by the commission or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve revision 2 light industrial PD 221 R4 R2-LI, a zoning change request from PD 221 R4R-LI to PD 221 R4 R2-LI to allow for the detailed plan development of a 689 square foot office and distribution center on approximately 25.4 acres,
With the conditions. as
subject
stated?
to staff conditions.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Hafman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner, a second by Commissioner Bishop. Okay. Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Dobmeyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Hi.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman?
Aye.
And Commissioner Bishop?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 10 on the agenda is a continued public hearing. This is consider approval of PD-213R8-8, that being Lost Creek, a live-work addition, lots 1 through 5, 6X, Block A. A zoning change request from Plan Development Number 213, Revision 7, Historic, to Plan Development 213, Revision Number 8, Historic, to revise the detailed site plan for 5 two-story live-work buildings, allowing for single-family residential use for each unit, in addition to the live-work use on 0.71 acres of property located at the northeast corner of South Capel Road and Heath Lane, at the request of Chris Collins, being represented by Greg Franca of GPF Architects. We have a staff presentation by Matt Steer. Matt?
Thank you. This is item number 10 on your agenda. In 2021, council approved this development, which allowed for the construction of 5 speculative live-work units and 1 common area parking lot. Then in November 2023, council approved a revision to this plan development that allowed for building modifications and allowed for a certain square footage of retail as an appropriate use to this. So we brought this case before the Planning and Zoning Commission on December 18th, 2025. After discussion related to the proposed residential use, the commission left the hearing open until February 19th and instructed the applicant to work with staff and the city attorney to define appropriate home occupations that could be allowed if approved. So I'll go quickly through the case as presented in December for the new commissioner. The existing zoning allows live-work, professional office or retail on the first floor, and one unit can be a medical office on the first floor, and on the second floor, residential use for the employee or owner of the business. In addition to allowing the live-work uses, the request was to allow each unit to consist solely of a standard single-family residential use on both the upper and lower floors. So the 2030 Comprehensive Master Plan shows this property as appropriate for commercial mixed-use infill, and live-work units have consistently been allowed to fulfill this requirement. These consist of a business on the first floor and the owner of that business to occupy the residence on the second floor. For this reason, staff was unable to support the proposed zoning change to allow residential homes fronting on this portion of South Coppell Road. So at that time, we sent out 34 letters. We received 2 responses in favor, and I've passed those responses down. We sent out 101 letters within 800 feet and received 1 opposed and 1 in favor. And the 1 in favor said this would help move the project along, right? Rather than seeing undeveloped tract with 1 developed house out there or 1 development live-work unit out there. And so the letter that was opposed has been updated since the P&Z meeting. She read the staff report in the packet, and so that's on top of your the packet that I handed down. I'll go through it here briefly, just the points that she was trying to make, and I'll just point out some key points that she had. The revised definition allows a business that may not be visible or publicly accessible, such as consulting, bookkeeping, remote administrative work, or purely online business that generates little or no pedestrian activity. She says that it would not produce measurable street activation effectively it's unenforceable and contributes nothing to Old Town's vitality. The verbiage that was used was critiqued. She says the word may, not must. It creates permission rather than obligation. And so I'll let you guys go through that letter. But essentially, that is the revision since the to the public comments since the last case, since it was continued. So after discussion related to the proposed residential use, the commission left the hearing open until the February 19th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and instructed the applicant to work with staff and the city attorney to define appropriate home occupations that could be allowed if approved. So on January 14th, 2026, staff, the city attorney, and the applicant met. We came to an understanding of the definition of home-based business unique to this particular live-work unit that could be included in the PD ordinance to satisfy the commission's request. The definition is as follows. For the purposes of this plan development, home-based business shall mean a use within a residence which would consist of service-oriented uses. The use may have customers, clients, and/or employees coming to and from the residence. The use may be visible from the exterior. No outside activities related to the home-based business shall be allowed in the driveway or front yard. Garages shall not be used for the home-based business. Now, we've seen other live-work units utilizing the parking lot area for conventions and events, and so we wanted to just write that into this one. So that's the reason why that's in there. So per the request of the commission, staff's bringing back the new parameters of the request for further consideration, and if the recommendation is for approval, staff would like to add the following PD conditions. Number 1, submit amended HOA documents for city attorney review prior to new building permits. All buildings may be residential use with a home-based business as defined below. This is the same definition that I just read. So I can read it, or I can just leave it. Okay. That concludes my presentation, and the applicant is in the audience. And if you have questions for me or questions of the applicant.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Matt. Any questions of staff by the commission? I have some concerns on the language, you know, and you alluded to it in the presentation, may be visible, and what was the other one? May have customer clients. I feel like it is permissive in that may or may not happen, unless it says shall rather than hey, but may. But Matt or Bob, can you opine on that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we wrote that so to allow you to have this discussion tonight, because I didn't want to preclude anything that you didn't want. And it was clear when Matt and I went back and watched this, that it was either mandatory or permissive. So I wrote it permissive, but if you want to change it, I fully understand that.
Okay, very good. Any other questions of staff? Okay, and the applicant is here to present the case. If we can get your name and address for the record, please.
Chris Collins, 217 Glenwood, Coppell, Texas, 75019. So here we are again.
Yeah, you went back to work. You came up with a solution here as the continuance of our case. And, well, I guess I'll ask you, how would you respond to the language of this use shall have customers and clients or employees coming to and from, and shall be visible from the exterior? So it's, in other words, it is a business, and it doesn't turn into.
Understand clearly.
Yeah.
So we're not opposed to that. The challenge that we had was the current definition for the city of Coppell, everybody else but us, is going to be, you can't have people coming and going, you can't have visible sign, et cetera. And so we went to great lengths to make sure the buildings will all be built with the fire suppression system, because they're still live works, whereas if they're residential, we could not, which meant retrofitting if somebody did in the future. So I felt like we covered all the bases. I was really excited. There was only one person opposed compared to some of the other projects that I brought before you. I can't make everybody happy. But I think I've shown a willingness to work with council, with you guys on P&Z to get this project moving along, so.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant from the commission?
I just have a clarifying question. The second to last sentence here says the use may be visible from the exterior, versus, I guess you're proposing the word shall,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman? Is that correct?
Sorry?
Are you proposing the word shall?
Yes, please. That's my initial thought, yeah.
So, I mean, is that workable? Is all of these
So now we're going to start
businesses,
getting
are they
down.
visible from the street, or?
Well, we've all seen what the rendering is. If you've driven through, you've seen the building that's already there. They're visible from the street.
Yeah.
I don't understand truly why somebody would be opposed to the way this is written, whether it's permissible or shall, is irrelevant, in my opinion. Because how are you going to see that there's a business there? There's parking in the front, which even if it was residential, they're going to be parking in the back. The residence has a total of 5 or 4 parking places on their private property, 2 covered, 2 are in the back behind the garage, and then they have the 5th parking place that is next to the unit, but that is actually public access for anybody that's using the units. So I don't know how I don't know how to make it more visible.
Yeah.
Than the way they built. They're glass fronts.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that was discussed and talked about last time was creating the visual impression to help with Old Town that it looked like a business. So that's why, but we didn't say what that meant. So actually things like signage, the presentation on the front of the Are you open, appointments only, those kind of things? Make it give some kind of commercial feel to that bottom floor. And you talked about that, but I didn't feel I had license just to write that in. But that is something that you all did discuss and Mr. Collins discussed when we were.
And as we
here
look at
last
Old
time.
Town and what's going on today down there, you have restaurants that are closing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon that are at the major intersection coming in, the local diner. They look closed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They look closed at 9 o'clock when people leave the art center. I don't understand that axe being ground about the appearance. The businesses that we're talking to, we have signage provision in the original PD for what kind of signs meet the Old Town criteria. It's already there. We keep making it more restrictive, more verbiage, more language. It's more, we're going to have to get somebody to write out what is the definition of visible from the street. At some point, you just have to say, I think we've done a great job working with the city guys, both Bob and Matt, to bring you a solution for the home-based businesses that are going to be there. So whether it's a piano teacher who's going to have parents pulling up in the front, dropping kids off, coming back, whether it's musics, whether it's art, whatever those home-based businesses might be that are prohibited are now allowed.
So I have a little bit of commentary here. So my concern here is the comprehensive plan, which is kind of what I'm dictated to live by here. These properties and most of the properties on the street were originally designed to be mixed use. We stepped away from that in the interest of making development a little bit easier to go with this live-work thing. And now it says, well, you kind of had to have a business on the bottom floor. You kind of have to have a residence up top. Now we're kind of going with, well, it can kind of be a house and you can have your own business inside and that'll be okay. My fear is by approving this, we're effectively opening the door to every other property on the block doing the same thing and effectively gutting the city's comprehensive plan. And I don't feel like that's my place to gut that plan. If the city wants to do that, that's the city's place. My difficulty here is we're slowly eroding away the city's original vision in the interest of, I really want to sell a residence here. I really want this to be a residential thing. And that, in my opinion, goes against the comprehensive plan that the city put together.
I understand. My comment to that would be, these are the last 5 left. This is the last portion of undeveloped land on South Coppell Road that falls in that. Matt, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I think we're pretty, south of us, we did this in the first public hearing. Starting at the corner, we have Joe Shirley's Barbershop. Coming over the creek, we have Amanda's Nursery and flower business.
Yeah,
Then we
this
start-
is in Old Town. This is in Old Town. We've got several properties to the north that are part of Old Town.
That are still available for development.
Oh,
There's
I
one
thought
other lot.
you were referring to part of Old Town.
No, what I was referring to is on South Coppell Road, there is one more lot as I'm mentally walking down the street. So there's the 3 live works that Mark Koss built. 2 of the 3 are being used for single-family residence already. Coming over to our project, we have 5. Then we have the metal office warehouse building. The corner next to him is the only other non-developed property on South Coppell Road. So there's not a lot left to change. The change has already taken place because we've got 2/3 of the live works just south of me that are single-family homes with no businesses. So I'm trying to step up to I live here. I've been here for a long time, and I want to see it work. But we do have to move forward. I think that opening up the home-based business, being the realtor that's been marketing this now for 4 years, the people that were wanting to use it under these parameters have been disallowed because there was a requirement for them to be open to the public. Even though nowhere that I scoured our city ordinances, is anybody open to the public. The only thing regulated are massage clinics. So I felt like that is an undue burden on us compared to everything else going on and specifically already happening on South Capel Road. So that's the position I'm coming from. We still want to see the businesses there. People like the ideas. It may look a little different than what we thought when I owned a Keller Williams office at 564 South Capel Road. When you walked in, before we moved into it and decorated it, it looked like a single-family home. That same floor plan of those three were built over in Old Town by Jason and Mark as a single-family home. So they brought that over. However, when you walked in or when you went by my building, you knew there was a real estate office there.
So would there be any kind of requirement on a purchase that a potential buyer would be required to supply their registration, their business registration, or any evidence whatsoever?
So Matt, will you help me on what we discussed about the certificate of occupancy?
Right.
When I-
So, yeah, we had thought that same thing, and so we said, okay, what we can do is write it into the ordinance that a CO would be required for even a home-based business.
So,
Right, because that would be allowed, a home-based business would be allowed, as well as live work would be allowed, as well as a retail, 800 square feet, as well as one medical office, and the rest professional office. So
So-
those are the different types of uses. And each of these would require a CO anyway, but this one with the home-based business, we would write it into the ordinance. It requires a CO.
so just what I had to do when I built mine was I was required as the business owner to apply for my certificate of occupancy. The builder didn't get the certificate of occupancy for me. So Christopher Collins Holdings applied for the CO. It was inspected as a commercial building. We met the criteria. The CO was issued. Why people are not having to get COs after that for the businesses, that was where our discussion was. So initially, yes, they're going to have to, as the owner of the building will be applying for the certificate of occupancy, not me as the developer builder.
Understood. I think my only real concern here is, are we literally opening the door for every other residential live-work property to slip back under this umbrella? I think that's my bigger concern. How does that impact the comprehensive plan? That's the core of my concern here.
Any other questions of the applicant? Amit?
Well, probably in the conversation, so it sounds like part of our concern has already been shown that a couple of the existing live works are turned into full residential. They're not being used as a business or live work or anything like that. So now we're trying to figure out how we can prevent that from happening to the other units.
Yeah, I think we had this.
I think he had trouble marketing them, Mr. Patel, but if they're in violation of the ordinance, I'd like to know about it.
There's two or
Yeah, I
three
think
of
we
them.
had this conversation a little bit last time, and unfortunately, we can't affect enforcement. All we can really do is.
I think Mr. Collins indicated that he was having trouble selling it because he gave us an anecdotal story about he had someone who wanted to buy it, but they didn't really have customers, and he was working from home basically, and it turns out that wouldn't meet the current definition, and he lost that sale. So that was part of the anecdotal, but I'm not aware that we're trying to legalize a non-conforming use.
I mean, I have a home-based, I work from home, and I could actually appreciate having a unit like that where I don't have people coming and going. It's really, I could have an employee or whatever, but I don't have customers coming in and out, so I can appreciate, I've actually looked at those units to think about possibly shifting over there. So what we're trying to do with Old Town and keeping that sort of a commercial zone on that street, I like that idea. It's just, we're having trouble how to put that into proper words.
But like I said, we had addressed it in the certificate of occupancy process.
Any final questions of the applicant?
Yes, so Mr. Collins, in terms of how it's written today, what's on the screen, are you in agreement with with how it's written today?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, if there's, Sue?
One more, would you be in agreement if we changed the two mays to shalls?
The only one that concerns me, to be honest with you, is how are we going to show? One of them, there's,
The use shall be visible from the exterior?
right, so they're already, I'm trying to figure out what,
I think, as our city attorney kind of mentioned, maybe it's by signage saying, by appointment only. That tells you it's a business, but, by appointment only, and put a phone number on it. That says it's a business.
so we did specifically address in our conversations what it would look like with the signage. So the signage that we had discussed was a sign. Is everybody familiar with where the building is? It's currently there. So we've all seen it. So you see the balcony above, the handrail below. Having a hanging sign, we said, what, up to 10 square feet, and it had to be 1.5 inches in depth. So we've addressed that if that is a requirement to show that there's a business there. The question would be, Councilman, if you were looking at that, what would your sign say? So try to help me understand how we're going to do it. I mean, obviously, you guys, I worked with you every time we've come up, and we've put the best foot forward we can to move forward. Understand the preservation of the master plan of Old Town to have these businesses and the vibe that was originally presented when Old Town was devised and the concept came to be. I know that there's a lot of conversations about that. I've been here before with other projects in Old Town, and it's amazing that the resistance that people have both directions, so.
So I'm interpreting that you are opposed to changing may to shall.
If we changed it to shall, I would be okay with that.
Okay, we may come back with any other questions. Matt?
I had kind of a response. So Chris said, well, how are we going to show, what are we going to put on the signs? We can make it a requirement that the business name be on the sign, right? Business name and logo, if there's a logo. And then a requirement that the hours of operation be posted somewhere. So you didn't have people wandering in off the street, if it's by appointment only, have that on there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a continued public hearing.
Okay.
Is there anybody who would like to speak for or against the proposed application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final discussion by the commission?
I have a couple thoughts. I think I brought some of this up in the last meeting. One, I think when you look at the original land use and comprehensive plan for the property, so for my fellow commissioners, this is, I think, back from what, 2001?
2002.
2002. So if you look at sort of how it's developed, it's already non-conforming. So if you look at what's in the commercial is residential. So this sort of loosely is what's been developed sort of loosely applies to this. And so I think taking the perspective that it's this is going to deviate the whole plan. I think the fact of the matter is the plan has deviated over time, and so requiring us to be this restrictive on this piece of property, I think, is fairly unreasonable based on how things developed. One, as a body, this is our responsibility to look at the comprehensive plan and land use and make a judgment on it, and then ultimately, I think when I share some concerns in terms of the definition that if we try to be too restrictive, then getting into the definitions, it just may be difficult to actually really understand. And, ultimately, I think having this property developed and activity there would be more helpful than the way it sits today. And so I think that there's just important considerations as we think about it.
Mr. Chairman?
Hang on, are you going to make a motion? Or are you going to make a comment?
I was going to make a comment.
Okay.
Um,
So I had a comment.
I agree with my colleague here and Ed, and I mean, I'm all for honoring the intent and purposes and hard work of our staff and volunteers who work so hard on the plan. But the plan is supposed to serve our people, and it's a guideline. It's not, I don't think we should be so legalistic about it. So this second May kind of bothers me. I think it's going to be a problem for everyone going down the road. And why do we have that there? It's just not necessary. So I like the first May, the first all buildings shall be residential use with a home-based business, et cetera, but I object to the second May. I think that should remain May and not be put as shall.
Thanks
Mr.
for that.
Chairman.
I don't,
One of the things during your comments, I want you to all understand, there's still retail businesses that could go in there. This is to accommodate an additional uses, so,
Yeah.
you know, there, if I put my well, let's just say I had some kind of boutique store that I wanted to put on the first floor, I'm gonna put a sign up, okay? But if I was just practicing law, and I may not, or I may just put a sign up that said, my name, attorney at law, by appointment. I mean, I was gonna have an office in the front. So that's kind of what visible from the street meant. That's what Bob thought it was when we wrote that.
Yeah.
But we wanted to make sure that you didn't create an eyesore
yeah,
if you did require signage.
right.
And so, thank you.
Matt?
Yeah, thank you. So the purpose for number 2, all buildings may be residential use with a home-based business as defined below. The may was used there, as Bob had mentioned, because it could also be a retail use, could also be the medical office, could also be the professional office. So it may be a residential use with a home-based business. That was the intent of it. So if we want to say, if not retail, if not professional office, if not medical office, then it shall be a residential use with a home-based business. Then that's the intent of what we were getting at.
Okay. Well, I haven't given my comments yet. So I would disagree with the applicant that you made the comment about some of the work business on the lower level, you can't tell. I've seen many others where it's supposed to be work, but it's in fact residential. And there's plenty in some of these TOD areas. And so, and I don't feel like we're being too restrictive. I feel like we're trying to honor the intent of the original downtown, the historic district plan. Yes, it is a guide, and yes, there's intent to it, but I feel like the use may be visible. It starts to water things down so much that rather than the applicant saying there's 2 or 3 that are already residential, that's already wrong. It's going to kind of open the door to others, and so that's where I've been wrestling with this, and so I don't feel that it's being too onerous or too restrictive. It's just saying this is what the intent was, and we're just kind of putting a little teeth to it. So I don't feel it's too outdated. Yes, it's a vision. Probably go under revision as part of the next comprehensive plan, or maybe not. Don't know, but I just. And I see where the applicant's coming from, but at the same time, I can see how it opens the door to the residential. And that's where I feel there's not enough teeth to it there. So that's why I was making the comment about shall on the visible from the exterior. That's my comment.
I agree, because I feel like we don't want to create a condition where they can literally say, technically you can't buy this as your house unless you have some kind of a business that you have to put on the paper. I mean, that's what I don't want. I don't think that flies in the face of what the intent was.
Cindy, you've been up there in the virtual world. Is there any comment? Yep, there it is. There's the hand. Cindy, fire
Oh,
away.
there's my hand. You read my mind. Right, so, yes, I agree 100% with what you had just said a minute ago. I don't see it as burdensome by changing may to shall to make the business be visible from the exterior. I think that is very important in order to maintain the consistency with the master plan.
Any final deliberation or emotion?
Well, I mean, I think that, continue to address that, I think the question is what is visible? And I think getting to not making this so complex to be able to define what qualifies as visible. Is visible a sign on the property? Is it, hours sign? Is it the name of the business? And so I think especially with a home-based business, you may want to have a sign, you may not want to have a sign. You may want to be a little bit, understated. And so I think certainly the design of the buildings looks like what would be a business inside of it. So I would say, that to me, that would qualify, but I think that's if we put shall, then I think then we have to either define what is visible. And so that's the concern, that we're taking something and making it fairly complicated.
To take your comment there a step further, then it shall have a visual impression of being a business from the exterior. Then it starts to get even more where we're starting to not stay on course, and so.
What I meant by visible.
Yeah, just the.
What I meant by visible is have a sign.
Yeah.
Identify the exterior as a business.
I agree. I think if you can point to and say the business is visible, whatever it is, the business is visible, I think that fits with the spirit of the development plan.
Okay. Is there a motion?
One question for staff before we do that. In terms of the conditions, the CO, does that need to be, so that
Yeah, I recommend adding that as a condition.
So that would have to be added as a condition, okay.
And, Mr. Chairman? Question for staff.
Yes, sir.
If we have shall in that first sentence, does that preclude other uses that you've mentioned?
I would say no. I think this was only in the event that you went home-based business that it had to meet shall. So you could still have retail, you could still have a boutique, you could still have other uses, an office use, but if you have the home-based business that we've defined in there, then it shall mean a residence with service-oriented uses.
So if you have a retail shop, but you do not have a sign, that would be okay? Based on how
Yeah,
this
because
is.
people are going to be coming and going, and if you have retail business. I think it's poor business not to have a sign.
I mean, you would think, but I mean, that's sort of my point, is that you could have a retail business without
Or
a
you-
sign, and requiring a home-based business to have a sign. It seems a bit
Or
odd.
we could require them all to have signs.
Very true.
But I would think someone that was in, every business that's down in Old Town that has a business that's exposed on the first floor has some kind of signage.
Agree.
So that's kind of the spirit that we're doing. So I'll clean the language up if it's approved.
So I'm sorry, the one last question I have is, if we add the CO as a condition and change the word, which it sounds like commissioners are moving this direction, if the word is changed from may to shall, is the applicant in agreement with those two conditions? Because I don't want to propose something that the applicant is not in agreement with.
else, bring the applicant back down. All right.
He's coming.
Thank you.
So the applicant would not be opposed to any of the things that we just discussed, the shalls on both, as long as it doesn't restrict the others. All these conversations we had when we did this. Both shalls, we're okay with that, and the CO having to be in a company name. I mean, Bob's the one that's going to have to write that, but,
It would just require the commercial business. You could be a sole proprietor and be in my name. It'll be in the name of the business that's occupying the space. That's required.
Sounds good, thank you.
Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion to approve PD 213R8-8 Lost Creek Live Work Edition, zoning change request from PD 213R7H, Plan Development 213 Revision 7 Historic to Plan Development 213 8 Historic to revise the detailed site plan, subject to staff conditions with the two modifications. The first of which is in the second sentence, changing the word may to shall. So the start of the sentence would read, the use shall have customers / clients and or employees coming to and from the residence. I'm sorry, the third sentence, let me revise that. The third sentence, the use shall be visible from the exterior. So the first shall remains a shall, the second would remain a may, and the third would be changed to a shall. In addition to the CO being required as a condition, the applicant being the commercial business owner that would own the property.
I think we got that, but we have a motion by Commissioner Marr.
I
Okay,
second
Bob,
it.
you got it good.
I'll second
Is there
it.
a second? Was that you, Kent?
Yes, sir.
We have a second by Commissioner Hafman. Okay, Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Dobmeyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman?
Aye.
Commissioner Bishop?
Aye.
6 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
All righty, item 11. This is a public hearing to consider approval of PD-326-HC, the residents of Coppell, Lot 2, Block 1, GTE Shared Services Center, that being a 55-plus age apartment facility. A new detailed plan development to allow a detailed plan for a 4-story, 46,226 square foot, age-restricted, that being 55-plus, apartment building with 255 units on 9.89 acres of land, located on the northwest corner of Canyon Drive and North Coppell Road, and to change the future land use map from Freeway Special District to Urban Residential Neighborhood at the request of Canyon 10 LP on behalf of JCI Apartments, and being represented by Nick, I'm sorry. We don't want to take this one now? Okay, sorry. Sorry, guys. What? That is 11. What's that? We're not on Prologis, we're on the residents. All right, I'm not going to start from the top. This was being represented by Mr. Nick DeLuca of Journeyman Group. We had the staff presentation by Miss Mary Perrin Boswell. Mary?
Alrighty, here we go. So this is a two-part request. Part one is a detailed plan development for a four-story, 225-unit, age-restricted, multifamily product on approximately 9.9 acres. The second part is a change to the future land use map from freeway special district to urban residential neighborhood in order to allow the multifamily request. So this proposed four-story, 225-unit apartment complex is going to be about 50 feet in height, age-restricted to persons 55 years of age and over. The property is triangular in shape, with the building matching this triangular shape. It's set back about 223 feet from Coppell Road to the east, 95 feet from Canyon Drive, and 79 feet from the mid-rise office lot to the northwest. The eastern portion of the property has a drainage channel and a 100-foot Brazos electric transmission line easement that runs north-south, parallel to North Coppell Road. The entrance will be from Canyon Drive with two driveways. There are several PD conditions being requested, one of them being the amount of parking to be provided on site. The typical MF2 apartment is required to provide 2 parking spaces per unit, plus a half space for guest parking per unit. For 225 units, this would require 563 spaces. They are proposing to provide approximately 341 spaces, which includes 30 visitor spaces and translates to 1.5 space per unit. Another PD condition is the allowable number of stories and density. 2 stories and 22 units per acre are the maximum allowed by ordinance in the MF2. This is why we're doing a PD. The proposed project is proposing 4 stories and 22.75 units per acre. They are providing covered parking for about 176 spaces, which is a little over half, and meets the MF2 requirements. So in terms of unit breakdown, it's as follows. They're proposing 142 one-bedroom units and 83 two-bedroom units with the range of square footage shown there. Each will be accessed from air-conditioned interior corridors, and there are 2 elevators proposed. With a typical MF2 product, a one-bedroom would be 600 square feet, and a two-bedroom would be a minimum of 700 square feet. So in terms of traffic impact analysis, determination, and parking memorandum from Kimley Horn was submitted. The memo analyzed the proposed 225 dwelling units. Trip generation was calculated using the senior adult housing multifamily land use. Based on the information, the development is anticipated to generate 713 daily trips with 43 AM peak hour trips and 56 PM peak hour trips. They also provided a calculation for senior adult housing, calculating 0.61 parking spaces per unit for a total of 138 spaces. This development is proposing to provide 341 spaces, again, which include 30 guest spaces and 1.5 parking spaces per unit. As part of their submittal, they indicate that this type of development will produce less traffic than what an office or shopping center would generate. So this is what you're looking at on the screen right now, is the traffic comparison for multifamily, what they're proposing versus general office and a shopping center. So daily one-way trips, 731 versus 1175, or 5,459. In terms of amenities, the developer is proposing to have the following interior amenities: a media room, fitness center, business center, a resident lounge, a beauty salon, game room / activity room, mail and library room, leasing area. They're also planning to provide a reading nook on each floor. Exterior amenities are proposed to include a fenced dog park, a pool, hot tub, grilling area, and community garden. So additional information is provided on the amenities exhibit for more specifics. They provide a photo sheet with typical unit finishes. According to the developer, all units will have vinyl plank flooring, stainless steel appliances, quartz countertops, two-tone cabinets, subway tiles, backsplash, high-speed internet, and smart thermostats. In terms of landscaping, this landscape plan shows that it meets the minimum area requirement. Approximately 46.7% of the site is proposed to be landscaped, which does include the 100-foot Brazos electrical easement. So the developer is working to obtain permission from the easement holder regarding the placement of overstory trees and what type of landscaping would be allowed in the easement area. Staff is requesting a condition that would allow staff to administratively approve any landscaping changes to the easement area, because sometimes they don't let you put overstory trees. So allow us to work with allowing some other understory trees or what have you. So currently, they're proposing to plant 108 overstory trees, and staff is requiring that the tree mitigation plan be updated to include the drainage area. In terms of the building elevations, the material board shows a variety of materials and colors proposed for the building. There are 2 bricks proposed, a Kingston gray and a pecan. Additionally, there's a shaker beige cementitious siding and a light beige and antique pewter stucco. The window frames will be in a dark bronze and dark green accent panels. The balcony area of each unit will have an 8-inch fiber cement boards placed horizontally with 3/4-inch spacing in between the boards. This will require a PD condition, since the ordinance requires a solid site-bearing fence or wall to screen the balconies and patio from street view. There will be a flat roof, as depicted in the elevations, and different materials used in different sections and articulations. So here's just kind of a more close-up view, renderings of what they propose it to look like. We've got a night view, an aerial view, corner view from the corner of Coppell and Canyon, and then just like a view from inside the parking lot. So this slide shows the covered parking area will be metal, painted a warm gray to coordinate with the project window frames. The roof features a light tan finish to match the building's exterior. A perimeter fence is to be erected around the site, 6 feet in height, a metal fence with masonry columns spaced 50 feet apart. The materials would match the materials used for the building. I know at the workshop, we talked about on their slideshow, you're going to see where they stated it's going to be a gated community. I did reach out to them, and so it's not gated. That was a misspeak on their part, but I will let them verify that. But there will be fencing around the perimeter of the site. They do have an outside trash enclosure as well as trash compactors inside the building, which you can see on the exhibit here. So they don't have any specific signage for the building itself. They did provide a 60-square-foot monument sign, which will go on Canyon Drive. The exact wording may change if they change the name of the project. The base will have matching brick, and the verbiage, as I said, may change. Any proposed signage will need to conform to city requirements. So as I mentioned, this is a 2-part request. So the second part of this request is a land use amendment. So the 2030 master plan currently calls this area to be freeway special district, which you can see in the red. The purpose of the designation was to provide areas within the community for conventional high-intensity regional commercial uses and office development dependent upon good transportation access and highway interchanges and frontage roads. So these areas are primarily intended for medium to large-scale developments, serving travelers and clientele from the region, and typically high volumes of ingress and egress by vehicular traffic. So the appropriate uses for Freeway Special District, which is currently zoned, includes hotels, multi-story office buildings, medium to large-scale regional commercial uses, restaurants, and other uses dependent upon high volumes of vehicular traffic. So the developer is actually requesting to amend the future land use plan for this site to be urban residential neighborhood, which allows for higher density residential uses that serves the needs of the residents. Although the urban residential neighborhood land use in the master plan calls for a mix of housing with the majority being owner occupied and not all rentals, this was the best match for the proposed use. So the site is directly across the street from another apartment complex and would be a good transition piece next to the office space. So this is a zoning change request. We did send out notices within 200 feet as required by state law, additional courtesy notices within 800 feet. We didn't receive any notices within the 200 feet. We did receive 10 emails by 4 o'clock. I saw that there was some additional ones that came in after, but I wasn't able to add those in. So 2/3 of those were within the 800 feet, and 1/3 of those were beyond the 800 feet. I did send out to all of you kind of like the form letter. Essentially, I'll use the same form letter. And some of the key points that they were looking at in opposition was traffic. Second was elevated pollution levels. Third was parking. Fourth was strain on public services. Fifth was a height exception. And sixth was a widening income disparity. So I think some of these issues may have been more directed to the last proposal that came forward, not necessarily this one. But all of you received a copy of this opposition letter. So staff is recommending approval of the request subject to the following conditions. One, that there may be additional comments during the building permit and detailed engineering review. Two, that a replat be required to be approved prior to engineering review and recorded prior to building permit. Park fees of $1,285 per unit shall be collected prior to plat recordation. 4, that site lighting shall meet City of Coppell requirements. 5, to restrict the age of the residents within the development to persons age 55 and older. 6, to allow for 1.5 parking space per unit. 7, to allow for 4 stories, 50-foot maximum height, 225 dwelling units, and a density of 22.7 units per acre. 8, to allow the balconies to have 8-inch fiber cement boards placed horizontally with 3/4-inch spacing in between boards in lieu of it being completely screened from view. 9, to update the tree mitigation plan to include the drainage ditch area. 10, to allow staff to administratively approve any changes related to the landscaping in the Brazos easement. And 11, to amend the future land use plan from Freeway Special District to urban residential neighborhood. So that is the end of my presentation. The applicant is here as well, and they have a presentation that they'd like to do. So I don't know if you want to ask questions now or later.
Are there any base questions from the commission for staff?
Yes, I have one question. Mary, in terms of the ADA parking, one, I was going through the site plan, I didn't see them noted, and then 2, is there a higher requirement for when it's 55 plus?
I'm not sure about the parking requirement, if it's higher or anything like that. But once they do their engineering and building thing, they will show where the parking is, and they'll have to get that approved.
Is there any difference in what's required? Or
I don't know.
the same number would be required of the ADA parks?
I don't know. They may be able to answer that, but I have,
Okay. And then the second question is that a walking trail that's actually outside the gate? that's shown.
So there's a trail that goes through the, so there's a sidewalk,
The easement area?
and then there's a trail through the easement area.
Okay, but that's outside of the gate,
Outside of the gate,
outside of the
right.
gate, okay.
So they've gated essentially where the parking is delineated. Well, fenced, sorry, not gated.
Thanks.
See how I got confused there with the fenced and the gated? Yeah, fenced.
Good. Any other questions? for
Quick
staff?
question.
Sami?
Under current zoning, it's, a hotel is allowed.
Right, but they would still have to go through a PD or SUP process, because a hotel is allowed, but you still have to go through an SUP process.
Is there allowable height or height restriction on the hotel, number of floors and height?
No, it's mostly based on, the typical hotel is 4 to 5 stories. Once you go above a certain height, then it's a high rise and there's different fire requirements and other things. Plus, it depends on, like the flight path.
Right.
Oh, and if you're within certain feet of residential, there's other limits.
Okay.
There's criteria that affect the height.
Okay, very good. Is the applicant here to present the case?
You can't click it from down there. Just tell me next and I'll click it forward for you.
Thank you, Mary. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for your time this evening.
Could I get your name and address for the
My
record?
name is Nick LaDuca with the Journeyman Group from Austin, Texas, 1000 North Amar, Austin, Texas, 78703. So I want to give a quick introduction to Journeyman Group, just so you know who the applicant and the developer is. We are a vertically integrated company. We've got a development arm. We've got a senior living arm, construction, hospitality, and JCI Management manages the properties that we own currently. So Journeyman Group was founded in '96. We currently own 1 hotel, 15 multifamily properties around the Austin area, and Houston and San Antonio. And we're working into DFW as well. We also own 3 assisted living facilities in the Austin area as well. Next slide, please. Basically here, we build what we develop and we manage what we build. So we are fully hands-on and we do not leave a property behind. Once we build it, we manage it and continue to pay attention to it. Next slide. So on our multifamily, we just have a couple examples of our recent builds, just so you get an idea of what kind of product we provide. So 320 at the Vibe is a new development, multifamily development in Kyle, Texas, which is south of Austin. It was just completed in December. So here's a rendering of 320. And then next slide is a picture of the finished product. Next slide. Drone shot here of the property at night. This is a 4-story elevator development. This is 3 buildings, 302 units. Next slide, please. There's a drone aerial of the site. Next slide. And a daytime shot there. We have a trail in the back on this development as well. So you can see off to the right, we have a public trail with a large sign called The Vibe, which is the City of Kyle trail that they are working on right now. So next slide. Another cool shot. Next slide, please. There's an interior shot of one of the amenity spaces there at the pool. Next slide. Another cool shot. And we have another property called Cantera in North Austin. This one is in Manor, Texas, completed in August, 325 units. So you can kind of see here another 4-story elevator type building. Next slide, please. Here's an outdoor amenity space. You can see the turf and the seating and lounge areas. Large pavilion here, nice space just to spend a nice day outside. Next slide. Here we've got a bocce court, or a couple of them, in a nice courtyard area. Next slide, please. Here's one of our pool designs. We hire a landscape architect to do all of our pools, Class A classification. Next slide, please. And then an example of one of our senior living facilities. This is assisted living called the Philomena in South Austin. There you can see the interiors and finishes. Next slide. This is a little cafe lounge area. So we're proposing a similar type layout in the amenity space, good for, chess clubs to meet up, or people to get together and talk travel, or just to mingle and have a cup of coffee and chat with their friends. Next slide, please. Here's another lounge area at the Philomena. Next slide. And mail room / kind of lounge reading nook here. Next slide. And the residence at Capel is what we're proposing here. So we believe that this development perfectly aligns with the Capel Vision 2040 plan. In the Pillar 4, there's a need for 55-plus housing for legacy Capel residents that may be looking to downsize and enjoy retirement in a carefree environment surrounded by their peers. This development would allow these individuals to attend their same church, shop at the same grocery stores, and stay close to family in a secure community, and therefore we're requesting the Commission's approval for this PD zoning case, and we're here for any questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for that. You mentioned at the opening of your presentation, you build it, you manage it in perpetuity?
It depends on the project, but being that we own 15 projects currently, we are a small shop, quote unquote, but we are local to Austin historically. We've since branched out of Austin, but short answer is in the last 5 to 6 years, we have not sold a project. So,
To be determined.
Yeah, I mean, there's no immediate strategy to turn it around, but that, we have to do what is best for investors and what's best for the strategy. But, 5 to 10 years. And generally, actually on this one, we are looking for long-term financing on the deal. So that could take us out into 8 to 10 years on a fixed rate. So we could hold on to it for longer.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So with regards to parking, I saw the memo there and the parking analysis, bringing in ITE and the recommended parking rate of 1.5. I've seen it kind of work, but I'm not sure. So, I mean, I'm all for contemplating other parking ratios, but what is the fallback if it craters here? I mean, you're on site, I don't know that we're going to allow parking on street on Canyon, Capel Road. I don't know, I didn't see anything on that. So what's the thinking there if there's is there a fallback?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So that's why we engaged Kimley Horn's traffic engineer to refer to these, research and guidance that has been historically, researched. And basically, we can also point to our existing multifamily properties that we own and manage, and some of them are at 1.5 parking stalls per unit, and they are manageable. We are very strict on, unauthorized parking. And so every vehicle has to be registered, and usually, and you limit the number of vehicles per resident. And so whenever you put these guidelines in place at the very beginning, you find that you don't have those problems, those parking problems whenever you're fully stabilized and you have full occupancy.
Yeah. And you say the parking is accommodated, that's all accommodated on-site?
Correct.
Okay. Not adjacent street parking or anything?
No, sir, that is correct. We are 100% parked on site.
Are there any examples close to here that maybe you might have something that we can kind of refer to? Is the Cypress Waters, is that parked at 1.5, or what are some of the sites nearby?
Yeah, I don't have that. Do we know any? Yeah. Yeah. We could get some historical, yeah. Yeah, let me call up Britta Edwards here. She leads up the JCI Senior Living arm, and she's hands-on with our assisted living.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Britta Edwards. The same address should work for me as it did for Nick. As I think about this, our assisted living communities are very staff intense, and our staff makes up most of our parking issues. Whereas our residents here, a typical resident in a 55-plus community is a widow or widower, typically, that is ready to leave the family home or the home that they even downsized into earlier, maybe after children left the home. We have not seen in our assisted living communities 1 or 2 residents with cars. While our residents that are 55 plus, the 55 plus communities I have been associated with and know of, most of those are single occupants of those residences and typically with 1 car. This is also with the staffing component being so dialed down because these residents are not receiving care from staff paid for by the community. The staff typically would be coming and going, not there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, taking up a great number of parking spaces. Seniors make wonderful neighbors. They have time to donate to schools, to read to children. They're philanthropic with their time and their money. And I can talk about that just from our senior living, assisted living, and memory care residents and their families are incredibly generous to the neighborhoods in which our communities are built. These typical residents, I think, will be very close in age to our assisted living and memory care residents, but they will still have the ability to be living independently and without care. Questions?
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions by the commission for the applicant?
I have one. I see you have a 26 by 18 foot trash area right along the side of a drainage area, and I also note that that's both south and immediately west of the only 2 surrounding residential areas. Is there a reason why that was put there, and maybe that could be moved to the opposite end of the property?
It's a schematic plan right now, and just based on the shape of the site, that made the most sense, but we are certainly open to relocating it. As Mary had mentioned in her presentation, the trash rooms are interior to the building and serviced by compactor, and then maintenance would then roll the bins out into the parking lot to be serviced by trash trucks. These facilities that you see external to the building are kind of an additional overflow, maybe cardboard boxes or recycle bins, things like that. The trash internal to the building will be serviced by a valet pickup. So a resident will put their trash bin outside of their door, somebody comes through at night, picks them all up, throws them in the compactor. Everything stays internal to the building.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of if you have dumpsters there or anything like that.
Sure.
Those get emptied sometimes late at night, sometimes early in the morning. You've got residences that are right across the street on both sides. That's just where my head was going with that.
Yes, we will entertain a possible relocation of that to the other corner.
Samit?
The elevations, only one of them shows a 4-story and the other ones all show 2 stories. Is that just that it wasn't drawn to 4, or is the whole thing 4, only part of it is 4? So if the upper one shows 4, the other ones look like 2, unless I'm seeing it wrong.
Yeah, I think that was just a, maybe an error in the modeling system here. But they should be rendering 4 stories here. I don't know if it's cut off. It looks like the top of the building got cut off maybe whenever the rendering was printed. Because I see the bottom floor, but I don't see
Yeah, there's a lot of arrows.
3 and 4. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be similar to that top rendering.
And I'm
elevation.
assuming the economics just don't work as a 2-story building. It has to be 4 stories of stuff.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we believe that this site is a great transition, like Mary was saying, from the highway commercial, office complex to the low-density multifamily and the single-family. This is kind of the right transition and zoning approach, we believe.
So the fencing, the gate, is it gated or not gated, the community? There was concern in our work session about it being gated. If it was, we needed to get some review by our fire and
Sure.
those team members.
Yeah, so we can do either. We typically do gated, but we are not opposed to leaving the driveways open and just doing that perimeter fence that you saw on the rendering with the stone columns. So if you guys want to have a preference on that, we would certainly entertain either or.
I mean,
So-
my default would be, since I'm in that age bracket, I would say I want exclusivity, I want gated, but.
Sure.
Is there any, the requirements, our development requirements, would that change things up, or requirements for the site layout and things like that?
We'd have to look because our discussion had never said it was a gated community. We discussed perimeter fencing, but never adding gates, because that would impact fire access, Opticom systems. We'd have to take another look at it.
Okay.
We're not opposed to it, just we need to,
Yeah, and we will
We need to
comply
examine
with,
that.
yeah, we'll comply with all fire regulations as needed.
Okay.
One other note that we didn't talk about is that we're also age restricting the minimum age. So minimum age is 40 for a leaseholder. Maximum age. The leaseholder has to be at least 40 years old, but at least one leaseholder has to be 55 or older. So that basically limits kids from living with their parents in this development. This is intended to be, widowers or older couples on the verge of retirement or in retirement.
So it's 55 plus and/or someone that's above 40 in addition to the 55
As the
plus.
second
Yeah.
leaseholder,
Okay.
correct. Yep.
Okay.
And no visitors can stay 7 consecutive days on the property.
So how is that enforced?
Yeah, that's our property management staff enforce, obviously, every leaseholder. They sign up and vet background checks, credit checks, and everything like that. If they do notice unauthorized occupant is what they call it, then they will issue a lease violation. And, our staff are there every day, so they see people coming in and out. They see people walking around the property. They know who lives there and who doesn't. So it's easily enforced in our typical multifamily developments, and we can ensure that it's enforced here.
I heard the question from Samit that going from 4 to 2 is a deal breaker, but what about 4 to 3?
We have not looked at that, but we think that, we know that 4 works, 4 stories here. Based on just the metrics of the cost of the land, the taxes and everything, expenses, it makes it, 225 units is kind of that perfect spot where you can have a full staff and service and provide events and things like that out of the property budget. If you reduce that by 50 units, say, then you're really hurting your property operating budget, and it ultimately hurts the resident experience.
Okay. Any other, Ed?
This is maybe a technical question. So if you have a child living in in one of the apartments, said differently, does everyone living there have to be on the lease?
Correct.
Okay, so every person in each of the apartments has to
That
be
is
on the
correct.
actual
Even
lease?
minors, yes.
Even minors, okay. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, any other questions for you right now, but we will go to public hearing in just a second,
Okay.
so we'll reserve the right to bring you back.
All righty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Before we go to a public hearing, Mary, I wanted to ask, what is from the Capel Vision 2030, what was the density for the urban residential district, the ideal density?
Typically, let's see, to provide areas of a wide variety of higher density residential uses typically greater than 4 dwelling units per acre.
So we're talking about 22.75,
22.7.
and MF here in Capel, what would that be?
MF2 is 22,
It's 22?
so this is
Okay.
22.7.
The density is not, are you concerned with the density?
No, it's slightly higher. No.
Okay. I mean, you know, the lakeside at Capel, I think that's about 316 acres, according to my friend Chad. And that's about 10 dwelling units an acre, the apartment complex. And so, you know, you got office on the other side, okay, you know, transition, maybe a little thick, but, you know, if staff's not too concerned with it, then I might not be, but, okay. This is a public hearing. We do have some folks that are signed up to speak. I will try to pronounce some of the names. Manny, I won't even try your last name, Jana Lagata? Oh, okay, close enough. Come on down.
Thank you.
Okay, and then followed by Scott Schwab. And ma'am, if you could keep your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Sure. Good evening, Planning and Zoning Council members. I live within the 200 feet of proposed development site. I'm speaking on behalf of many residents of the Asbury Manor community who are deeply concerned about PD 326. First, I want to be clear. This is not opposition to seniors. Many of us have aging parents. Many of us hope to age in the place ourselves. The question before you tonight is not whether senior housing is good. For us, the question is whether 225 units at 4 stories and maximum density are appropriate at the specific location. The applicant has stated that this project will reduce traffic compared to retail or office uses, but the comparison presents a false choice. There is no active proposal for a shopping center. The site has been vacant for years. Comparing this project to the most intense possible commercial build-out does not mean this is the right fix next to established neighborhoods. Even when we use the applicant's own traffic study, the project is projected to generate approximately 713 daily vehicle trips, with dozens of trips during peak hours. That traffic will enter and exit primarily through Canyon Drive onto North Capel Road, both 2-lane roads already experiencing congestion during school and commuter times. Senior housing does not eliminate traffic. It changes the pattern. There will still be resident vehicles, staff vehicles, healthcare providers, deliveries, ride shares, family visitors, emergency services. In fact, the developer is providing 1.5 parking spaces per unit, far above the 0.61 vehicles per units cited by the ITE averages. If actually car ownership is expected to be that low, why build parking at more than double the rate? That suggests real-world vehicle demand may exceed modeling assumptions. Second, the project requests significant variances, 4 stories instead of 2, 50 instead of 35 feet, reduced parking, maximum density. At nearly 10 acres and 225 units, this is not small-scale transitioning housing, it is large multifamily complex. Third, the request requires amending the future land use plan from freeway special district to urban residential neighborhood. That is a policy shift, not a minor adjustment. If the city begins reclassifying high visibility commercial corridors to high density residential, that precedent matters. We respectfully ask you to consider, is this scale compatible with adjacent single family homes? Has traffic been evaluated against realistic local conditions? Would a reduced unit count better balance the senior housing needs with the neighborhood stability? We are not asking you to reject senior housing outright. We are asking you to ensure that the intensity and scale align with Coppell's long-term vision and the lived experience of nearby residents. I also want to make a personal comment. They were mentioning 55 plus is widowers and single people. I don't mind admitting my age. I'm 55 plus, okay? And I'm not a widower, and I have a family, and we are actively living, and based on what's happening with our work demands and work shifts, we are all working. We still hope to be productive. So just classifying it as it's going to be a widower or single person units and the traffic demands will be lower, or the strain on the traffic and the public services will be lower, is not properly substantiated. So we request you to think about what it means to us, neighbors who have established there, the traffic patterns, and the density. We would want seniors to live there. We're not opposed to it. But we also want to highlight that having a 50-foot story building that's densely packed is going to severely affect our living conditions and our established way of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Scott Schwab, followed by Alexander Tatara.
So my name is Scott Schwab. I'm a resident of Coppell at 259 Stanton Court, 75019, and I'm also the owner of the land. I've been the owner of the property for over 10 years. During that 10 years, I've come before you guys in the past, recently with a similar project. There has been zero interest in office or the permitted uses for that site. Really, the only two viable financial options for that site are industrial or multifamily, you know, and then within multifamily, I figured senior living is a good use. It is a dense project. It's the only way that from what I have seen from prospective buyers, is the only way that you can make the financial aspect of this project work, is to put this type of density. To note, this project is less dense than the previous project that came before you guys, the affordable senior project. But I have kids that go through school. I drive this area every day, and the traffic, in my opinion, is not a problem there, but very well could be if you put an office building up, or if you put a large, you know, retail type facility, something that's permitted by the current zoning. So I've evaluated many options. I've talked to a lot of people over the last 10 years, and this crew, Journeyman Group, builds a good quality product. They manage the product well, and I have every bit of confidence that of all the options I've seen in 10 years, this is the best one we've seen. If for whatever reason, you guys, the city council decides that maybe it's not a fit with the future plan, then I think the only other alternative to build on this site is industrial. And, then you're dealing with large trucks, traffic, of that nature, as well as office component too. So I feel like this is a pretty good use with staff support. I feel like it could be a great project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alexander Tatara, followed by Joel Henry.
Hi, Council. My name is Alex Tatara. I occupy 708 Westminster Way. We just moved here a year and a half ago from Boston. It's been fantastic. We really did a lot of research when we chose our neighborhood and our town. The schools are fantastic. We'd finished training in the hospitals in Boston and came here to work at UT Southwestern. So, please believe me, most of the people I work with are 55 and older in terms of my occupation, and I understand the demands they have. And we were so lucky to move here, coming from the city we were in. When we moved to Capel, one of the first things my daughter said is, "Oh my gosh, I see stars," right? We were able to, I know this is not rural, this is not country, but in terms of sort of things like light pollution and density, it really was the right choice for our family and a lot of the other young families in our neighborhood, folks that have moved in recently. As this commission may have heard, our elementary schools, there's changes in population, and I think a lot of us are hoping the neighborhoods continue to become younger and not trend the other way in terms of what we want our neighborhoods to look like. In addition to being able to see some stars and of course some planes from DFW, we also have the luxury of people not being able to see into our house, into our backyard. We will be in the shadow of this complex, unfortunately, and with the proximity of our home, we'll lose a lot of privacy for a 4-story, 50-foot complex. And as someone that has young children that are, often in the backyard and in the front yard, this is a concern that we have. So I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Capel. Joel Henry, followed by Saibal. I'm not going to try the last name, but Saibal. Okay. Mr. Henry.
Question first, if I may. And this may go back to the prior application from a couple of years ago, but is this an income-restricted development? It's not, okay. Thank you. And will this generate any money for us? Will there be tax revenue from this development for the city? There will, okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. So what I see is a nice development, a beautiful development. I'm further past 55 than money is. And my mother and my sister live in assisted living. I'm very familiar with those type developments. What I'm concerned about is obviously traffic. I go to Capel Road every day to go to work. It's a narrow road. There will be resident traffic, service traffic that's going to be medium to heavy trucks coming through. I understand the owner's predicament, and I appreciate that. But I'm worried that the height is a problem. It's doubling what the standard is, right? The density is slightly above what it's supposed to be. Again, I can appreciate that. But I would hope that the developer would be able to break even maybe lower than 4 stories. The chair asked the question. And I, understand that there's a break-even point in the number of units plus the cost of the dirt. But I have a genuine concern about, and I'm open to learning more, don't think I'm not, but I have a genuine concern about the size and the density of this development. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your service.
Thank you very much. Saibal? You already got it? Okay. Thank you for coming down. And then Bharat Shelley? Okay, spokesman. So feel free to,
Thank you.
yeah.
Couple things I researched. It's about the parking that you already raised, and then the density of the neighborhood. So my request to you all, as you planning and zoning commission, we are not opposed to seniors living here, but we are very concerned about the density, and it becomes a urban living area. And my neighbors have already expressed their concerns. What I'd like to highlight is that is an urban residential setting is something that the Planning Commission support after hearing our concerns. And one of the things is we want to get clarification. If there is a person who is going to be on the lease who is 40 years old, but they have children, is this facility going to deny their application to live in the units or in that facility? And is that legal, first of all? Can you deny somebody because they have a child? And will that change? And how will that be enforced? And that means we would have more stress on the schools and also on the facilities that we need. That's something that I need clarity on. How are they going to enforce? And second thing is, what I heard was anecdotal. Oh, we know who lives there. You have 225 units, and 225 times 2, 500 people. So I don't know what the attrition levels is at the management level and of the properties. So how are they going to keep track of these 500 people and who comes and stays? And are they going to start stopping people and saying, are you here for 5 days, 3 days, 2 days? That's one concern. That did not make sense to me. Second thing is, if somebody is on the lease and they're 40 years old and they have a partner who is 55 plus, because that's a requirement, what happens if they have children? Are they going to be denied to be a resident in the complex? So that's another thing that left me wondering. And we would welcome seniors helping the schools and our other social activities, but these two things need to be answered. And I did see that the handicapped parking spaces that you need for the level of occupancy they are recommending is 8 to 10. I looked at that. And then they're recommending going from 560 to 368 parking spaces. So we will definitely face a lot of parking on the street. And that's a one-lane road right now that's not marked. Canyon to 121 is not marked. So there's traffic, and we have trucks there most of the time, sometimes going to the workspace. So those are my concerns. They were not all completely organized, but I hope you get the gist.
Thank you, Bharat. No, I'm teasing, but yeah. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Going once. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. I do have some follow-up questions for staff. So there's some things that I concur with, some things I don't think will be an issue, but I am a little concerned about the density. I'm a little concerned about the height. So, and what that height is relative, and help me remember the name of the development on Coppell Road, the industrial, they had the double overstory trees. Is that the whole Prologis site? I can't remember the name of it.
It's on the other side. Prologis is not on this side.
Whatever the name of the industrial that's positioned across from Coppell Road, the height of that, what is the proposed relative to that? No, I'm talking Sandy Lake and Coppell Road. The whole.
Freeport?
Yeah, maybe Bridgeport.
Freeport development?
Yeah, all that in there. Yeah, will this overtake? I know it goes up on the hill there and all that.
Probably like I think, I'd have to look it up, but the typical industrial building is somewhere between 35 and 40 feet,
35 and 40.
Mhm.
Okay, and this site is?
50, 49, 50.
So 10 feet higher, okay.
Mhm.
How tall is the Spectrum building right behind this?
Je ne sais pas, I don't know.
Okay, and then, the other item is the,
5
is the,
stories.
is the parking, the 1.5. And I'm almost certain I heard the Cypress Water owners, when they gave us the Midwest Section APA a tour of their place, that they parked it at 1.5. And I know there's a lot of on-street parking in addition to structured parking. And when you're around there, sometimes you have to walk a couple blocks around just to get to wherever. But, you know, I'm not opposed to the ITE data, but what I'm concerned about is what's the fallback, right? If something
So-
craters there.
I think this just came to me, so I haven't talked to them about it. Is we could see if they would be allowed to park like on the Brazos part of it.
Shared parking agreement?
Well, they have the Brazos electrical easement, which typically you can't build on.
Oh.
But maybe you can add parking too. So that's something I think we could probably explore.
I've closed it, thank you.
So
Okay,
that's just something that,
all right.
I've brought it
These are
down.
just some of the concerns that I
Mhm.
have. I mean, you know, the
because
traffic.
across the street, the easement goes and there's parking there. As to whether they would allow that today
Right.
is another question, but I think there might be a possibility for that.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree, this is less dense than the previous proposal. I saw the trip generation numbers. You know, I would have to ask Cole if traffic on Coppell Road, plus the additional 45 or 50 PM peak hour trips, if that's going to blow anything up. My suspicion is probably not. But, and I kind of asked you in work session, you can just nod. You felt fairly comfortable with the traffic? Yeah, it's the parking, there's some uncertainty there though, right? You want to, come on down. Our staff engineer.
I'm not a parking expert, so I'd have to defer to Matt and Mary and their consultant, so.
But the traffic-wise, I'm just thinking, you know, the 55-plus crowd, maybe there's some 40-plus there embedded with, they're not going to be hitting the AM peak hour on Sandy Lake Road, so that's not going to be an issue.
Based
And-
on the
Yeah.
ITE numbers, it's a couple dozen trips.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not concerned about the trip generation. It is the parking, though. So, okay. And then handicap, I didn't see that on the site plan.
That's a
If it-
building code
Yeah, okay,
requirement.
it'd be in compliance with the approval process. Okay, okay, thank you, Cole. Any questions of staff?
Yeah, is the parking calculation, is it done based upon bedrooms?
Yeah, it's
Or-
typically a rate per bedroom.
I'm just wondering, without having a meaningful impact on the overall business case, if they built more one-bedroom and fewer two-bedrooms, they don't lose so many units, but maybe they cut down the parking requirement significantly. I mean, just, if you cut your two bedrooms down to 50, now you've got 175, 181 bedrooms and only 50 two-bedrooms.
So
Does
the-
that change the balance in parking a good bit?
The way the parking calculation is written is it's the same for the 1 and 2, so there's no difference. Plus, there's the half for the guest parking. The one difference between this one and the last presentation was this one does have more one-bedroom units, because it's got 100 and, I got it here, 142 and 83 two-bedroom units, versus the last one that came a couple years ago, it was reversed. I guess the question about the parking is they have done the study that shows the 1.5 would work. The question is, the people that move in there, are they 55 and still working, or are they typically older? Previous age-restricted projects, even though it's 55 plus, the average age was typically a lot older. That might be, I don't know if you guys may, I would like to ask them to maybe answer that question.
Yeah. Yeah, if I could we get the applicant back up. You drew the short straw.
Every community is different based on the demographics of the city. I'm 69 and still working and not interested in living in a 55-plus community, probably for about 15 years. At about 85, I think I'm going to really love that environment. So the 55-plus communities I've visited that I'm familiar with, the average age is 75 and over. And I'm not seeing children there with their 55-year-old mothers. And I happen to live in one of the journeyman communities every week when I am working in Austin. And I can assure you, if I had a guest there that wasn't properly parked in a guest parking lot, my guest's car would be towed. And so they do manage that very carefully. I mean, I had to make sure my husband did the appropriate thing to get his car approved for being there overnight when he visits in Austin. So I think you're looking at a demographic that is 75 plus, though these complexes are designated as 55 plus.
Right. Hang on a second. Hang on. So how do you enforce, there was a hypothetical if, parent got sick and kid had to move in that's under 40 or whatever. How do you manage those kind of situations? How is it managed to maintain the age demographic you're promoting here?
Well, if someone has to have around-the-clock care, they're not appropriate for that setting. So are you suggesting that it's under 40?
Any hypothetical where, you have folks that are not, or you have kids that are coming in, how do you actively managing to maintain the 55 and 40 plus without the kids?
Well, it will be written into the documents. We won't rent to people that don't meet those criteria.
Okay.
And people will not be able to live there to care for someone else they can visit for 7 days.
Okay.
If it's more than 7 consecutive days, then we would we would ask them to move.
Yeah. Okay.
So if they can't meet the requirements of the lease, they would no longer be living there. We would ask them to relocate to a location that's appropriate for their needs.
How often do you see private residents bringing a caregiver with them? So if there's a 2-bedroom, it seems to me very possible that you have somebody who says, I'm going to let a caregiver live in my 2nd bedroom because I need a caregiver, and this is not an assisted living facility.
If they are over 40 years old, I suppose that would be a possibility. We don't really see that. In our settings, we're not seeing that. We're seeing people that come and go. Someone that comes and helps and delivers groceries. A home health aide if someone's been in the hospital, or a home health nurse, or a physical therapist that may come 2 or 3 times a week for 30 minutes up to an hour, but we're not seeing people living with residents.
Okay. And then with regards to the parking, if 1.5 craters and the idea about parking under the utility, there's a lot of agreements and things like that,
You'll have to address that.
My name is Kurt Gall. 1000 North Lamar is my address as well. We all live together. As far as, it's our office address. As far as parking is concerned, as Britta mentioned, every community is different, every property is different. We currently operate properties in Austin that are at a 1.32 parking ratio. Those are generally rented to 18 to 34 demographic. Some of those don't have cars, and some are two wage earners living in a one-bedroom or efficiency unit. I can speak specifically to the Overture in Plano. My mother-in-law just recently downsized from her 3,500 square foot house, moved into the Overture last year. She drives a Prius. She parks in the smallest, tiniest spot she can park in. She leaves her apartment probably 4 times a week. Not a lot of trip generation. She has a lot of resident friends. She was going to be here. I asked her if she wanted to speak. She said, I have a standing Thursday party with my friends. They eat dinner at 3:45. And so this conflicted with her early dinner plans. But she has a lot of resident friends that don't even have cars. So we are confident in the 1.5. We would be open to parking in the Brazos easement if we didn't want landscaping and a trail and what we think is the community benefit. If the benefit for the community is to park there, we're happy to do that, if we can get Brazos to allow us. We don't think 1.5 is an issue, though.
Okay.
We will also have parking stickers that are monitored daily, and we will have, how many parking spaces do we have? We'll have 338 parking stickers. That's how many will be issued,
Okay. Then with
other than the guest parking.
with regards to some of the other items we talked about, the gated,
We are showing it ungated currently, but fenced. If it's beneficial, we think, to gate it, we're happy to gate it. We gate most of our properties. That property that Nick showed you in Kyle, the 320th Vibe, completely ungated, completely unfenced. We're fine with either. We don't have security concerns about this property in Copel. Generally, we're gating the property to keep, crime out. And I don't think we have any security concerns about our residents, so you don't have to keep them in, so.
and then kind of the.
We're good with either.
Okay. And then the density.
We're at 225. That was we tried to lower what you saw before. I think if we go much lower, it's not a project for us, unfortunately, just from the dynamics of the cost of building the site, the cost of the dirt, the staff that it takes to operate a facility that does have a lot of community needs. We have a resident concierge, we have a higher maintenance need, we have a full-time housekeeper, we have, a little more staff than we would have on a normal community. Most of our properties are 300 units plus. So the economics of operating something at 225 units, I think is tough for us.
Okay.
And that's where we got the 4 stories with 225 units.
I am concerned a little bit about the density and the overall height. It's
We recognize that would be a concern, as would the height and the density, and we tried to get it as low as the model would allow, and that's kind of our breaking point.
Okay. While the applicant's at the podium, any questions of the applicant? We ready to go to discussion? Kent, you have a question of the applicant?
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
one of the folks who spoke mentioned that they thought that the density was double that it was a double what the standard was, and I'm curious about that. I mean, I'm showing that at 22 units per acre, that would be 217 units per the code, and they're applying for 225. Am I saying that correctly?
Correct. I think someone out there was just saying it's the height is double.
Oh, the height.
Or the number of stories is double than what's typically allowed by MF2, which is why we're doing the PD process.
I see.
But the density allowed is 22 with MF2.
Okay.
And they're asking for 22.7.
22.7.
Yes.
But the building behind this or adjacent to this is 5 stories, is that correct? Spectrum
The
building?
Spectrum.
Right. The Spectrum building?
Yes.
Uh-huh. But the apartment project across the street has a lower density, is that correct?
Yeah,
I'm not sure what the density is, but it's probably a 2-story product.
well, according to Chad, it's about 9 or 10 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. Very good, thank you.
All right. I'm sorry?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir?
I have built 6 of these projects in my previous career, and every one of them was at 1.5. And I managed them, built them, developed them, and we never had any problem with a 1.5. The demographic that the lady here is speaking about is consistent with what I experienced in all the projects that I built in California and in Arizona.
Okay. Okay, final discussion?
Just a couple comments. And so I think from a zoning standpoint, I guess it originally was freeway, or is freeway special district, which is a high-intensity use. And one of the stipulations in it is, provide an attractive entrance into the city, which I think this does. And I think share the same comments in terms of the parking. I think if the documentation and the studies that they've done show that and their experience, I think that's what we have to go with. And then from addressing, I guess, one of the comments of from the community, it is fairly well set back from the residential. So I think from like a visibility standpoint, sort of looking into it, there doesn't really look like there's any backyards that are like directly adjacent to it looking down. So, ultimately, I think for for the use of this property and for how long it's, been, on the market and to be developed, I think this is a very appropriate use.
Okay. All right, is there a motion by the commission?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve PD 326HC, Residents of Coppell, Block 1 GD, Shared Services, a new detailed site plan to allow for a 4-story, 55-plus apartment building, 225 units, located in Canyon Drive in North Coppell, as well as a change to the future land use map from freeway special commercial to urban residential, and subject to staff conditions.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Marr. Is there a second? I'm sorry.
May I clarify something?
Sure.
The gated versus not gated, will we allow staff to review it for gated if that's the request?
Yes. We'll add that to my motion.
With that, I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Marr. We have a motion and an amended motion by Commissioner Marr and a second by Commissioner Haveman. So Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Dobmeyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Haveman?
Aye.
And Commissioner Bishop?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, item 12 is really the, no, it's not the companion. Okay, thank you very much. Best of luck there. Item 12 is to consider, I'm sorry, Commission, do we need a break or we want to keep going? A 5-minute break? Okay, let's see, the time is 9 o'clock. We'll do a 5-minute break and then reconvene. Okay, the time is 9:07. We'll reconvene back to item 12. This is to consider approval of PD-295R6-HC Prologis Park 121 Lot 2R and 2R3, that being Block B, the True Hotel. A new detailed plan development revising the current concept plan of Plan Development 295 Highway Commercial to allow a detailed plan for a 4-story, 46,226 square foot hotel with 100 rooms in lieu of the original office concept on 2.05 acres of land located on the northwest side of southwest of Freeport Parkway at the request of Sharif Choudhury, and being represented by Will Wilkeman of Wilkeman Associates. So we have a staff presentation by Matt Steer. Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2019, City Council approved a concept plan for a gas station, hotel, retail, restaurants, and office uses on the larger 8.6 acres, and a detail plan for a QT convenience store with gas pumps fronting on Freeport Parkway. So the QT gas station has since been constructed. Then in August of 2020, City Council approved a detailed site plan for a 73,190 square foot, 4 Points by Sheraton Hotel, which has not yet been constructed. So in July 2023, Council approved Popeye's Chicken and Tim Hortons sit-down drive-through restaurants. So Popeye's has been constructed and is operational, and the Tim Hortons is still vacant. The most recent concept plan for this property had a professional office located on this property. So this is proposed to be amended with a detailed plan development for True Hotel. The detailed site plan is for a 4-story hotel, approximately 46,226 square feet in size. The applicant's requesting a variance to the required minimum 125 room count. They're proposing 100 rooms. There's a 1,000 square foot plaza area on the southwest side of the building, right there where the red circle is. In terms of circulation, there is the existing shared entrance from Northwestern that was constructed with a QT gas station. And when the Popeyes was constructed, they extended the mutual access and fire lane easement to it. This will be accessed by extending and constructing a mutual access easement and fire lane from this site. A small extension of the drive will extend into the 4 Points by Sheraton site on the south end, which will access 4 shared parking spaces to be constructed at this time. So I went back and did the research, and the 4 Points by Sheraton was overparked by 3. So they're constructing 4. And they only need 3. So the parking required for this proposal is 108 parking spaces. By sharing 4 with the proposed hotel to the southwest, they are providing 109 parking spaces. So in all actuality, they're meeting the requirement by providing 108, and then one of those spaces can go back to 4 Points so that they meet the parking requirement. A cross-parking easement should be provided and is listed as a condition of approval. The site will have a minimum 20-foot landscape buffer along Northwestern Drive with red oaks and Burford hollies along the head-end parking. Then within the linear park on the northwest property line, there are a variety of trees, shrubs, and grasses, and a curvilinear sidewalk is proposed to be integrated, which will lead to a focal point, shown in blue, at the midpoint. The area will be amenitized with benches and shade structures and trash receptacles. The central focal point has not been fully developed, so staff has listed a condition of the recommendation to give us the authority to sign off on the focal point artwork administratively when the plan has been fully developed. There's 42 total trees proposed to be planted in the site, consisting of 8 Chinese pistache, 8 chinkapin oak, 9 lacebark elms, and 17 shumard oaks. The
The site does have 3 existing mesquite trees on it. However, due to numerous factors, none are proposed to remain. The tree mitigation for the site is proposed to be $1,800. This will be required to be paid prior to the removal of any trees. And then the proposed landscape area is slightly deficient from what is required, and the applicant has included, has included the sidewalk paving adjacent to the building to enhance, they're proposing enhanced paving on that sidewalk to offset the deficit. And this is listed as a PD condition. Here's a first floor plan. The 100-room hotel will meet the minimum room size of 285 square feet. It has a covered area provided immediately adjacent to the building entrance as required by ordinance. Has a 750 square foot lobby, a 1,200 square foot conference area, which is actually on the second floor, shown in red, but just imagine it's up 1 floor. And this hotel is proposing 3 additional amenities as required. A fitness area that's 600 square feet, a gift store / pantry, which is 300 square feet, an outdoor plaza area, as mentioned on the previous slide. And then in addition to the required 3 amenities, they are providing a 250 square foot work area, 250 square foot game area, and then 1,000 square foot breakfast area. Here's some rendering of the hotel here, looking through the linear park, and you can see their artwork on this. This one is a Mustang, so something similar to that would be what they're proposing to do, but that's more characteristic of like Las Colinas, I think. Here's another rendering without the trees. You can see this one's a little washed out. It's a darker brick, darker red brick than that. So the building is proposed to be constructed of a combination of dark red brick, dark gray stone, and cream color ephes with a grayish metal canopy. The rendering provides a good illustration of a combination of building materials as well as the building's articulation both vertically and horizontally. The first floor of the building will be red brick, with the second floor being dark gray stone. The dark gray stone will extend to the top of the structure on the northwest elevation. Right here, you can see that extension up there. The red brick extends to the top towards the center of the structure on these components right here. And the third and fourth floors are mainly ephes. There is a monument sign proposed. It's 5 foot by 6 foot. It'll have a brick base that will match the building. Signage is depicted on the building. Staff will require that all signage will meet city requirements at time of permitting. And you can see there's a shade structure and trash can that's proposed in the linear park area. There's actually a couple of those shade structures proposed in that linear park. We sent out 5 letters within 200 feet, 3 letters within 800 feet, received no responses either in favor or opposition of this mail out. Now, we sent a mail out, and this was a couple of months ago, but they withdrew the case and resubmitted. So we had received a response from one of the neighbors, or maybe 2 of the neighbors, stating that they were in favor of the proposal, but not with this particular request. Staff is recommending approval of the request subject to the following conditions. The room count be allowed to be 100 rooms as opposed to the 125 rooms as required by ordinance. 2, to allow the 21,927 square feet total landscape area and 2,742 square feet enhanced pavement on the sidewalk around the building in lieu of the required 24,669 square feet total landscape area. Tree removal permit will be required, and $1,800 will be due at that time. There may be additional comments at the time of building permit and detailed engineering review. The property shall be platted to provide required mutual access and fire lanes easements prior to development. A cross-parking agreement is needed with the adjacent property to the southeast for shared parking. That might be southwest. And then the community development director is eligible to administratively approve the plans for the focal point Signs shall comply with city ordinances. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is in the audience as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Matt. Any questions of staff by the commission? I do want to take exception to your note on the monument. You referenced another development not in Coppell. Why don't we just say something like Coppell Cowboys or something with a horse? All righty, is the applicant here to present the case? Yeah.
Oh, true.
Is applicant?
Will Winkleman with Winkleman Associates, 6750 Hillcrest Plaza Drive, Suite 215. I'm the civil engineer on the project, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Anything you'd like to add to the submittal? The application?
No, I thought Matt did great.
And you're in agreement with the conditions as presented by staff?
Yes. Yeah, we're good with all those. Yeah. Right, yeah.
Okay.
We're good with all of it.
Any questions of the applicant by the commission?
What is an enhanced sidewalk? I don't know who that goes. Maybe that's.
Enhanced sidewalk would be like a stamped pavement. So like, sidewalk, then you just kind of, looks like kind of cobblestone, but it doesn't have the undulations that a real cobblestone would be.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just out of curiosity, why would you want 100 units rather than 125?
Because of this, the space, the lot that's there. There's just not enough, we can't go 19 stories high or whatever, that's just how big the site is.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any discussion by the commission? Or is there a motion?
You guys gonna give me another chance?
Yep, one more time.
One more chance, all right. Move to approve, there we go. I may need another chance. All right, move to approve PD 295R6 HC Prologis Park 1, 21 lot, 2R-2R3 Block B, True Hotel, a new detailed site plan revising the current concept plan to allow for a 4-story hotel, subject to staff conditions.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Moore. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Blankenship. Cammy, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Donmeyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Haveman?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Okay. Item 13, a public hearing to consider approval of special use permit 1271 light industrial and special district land use plan amendment, a special permit request for a concrete batch plant for a duration of 5 years, and future land use map amendment from urban residential neighborhood to industrial special district on 4.47 acres of property located on the north side of East Beltline Road, East Beltline Road north of the DART right-of-way, approximately 1,200 feet west of the city limit line, at the request of Phil Flink, Estrada Ready Mix Concrete, and being represented by Steve McGliscu. Thank you, Sue. And we have a staff presentation by Matt Steer. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is item number 13 this evening. It is your final planning case. It is a two-part request. Part one is to approve the special use permit request to allow for a concrete batch plant for a duration of 5 years. The second part is to amend the future land use plan to allow for industrial special district in lieu of the current urban residential neighborhood designation. This is a special use permit request to allow a concrete batch plant for a duration of 5 years on 4.47 acres. Special use permits are required for a batch plant that's planned to operate for more than 6 months, which is what is being requested. The light industrial district is the highest as it relates to the intensity of land uses allowed in Coppell, even within that district, that highest intensity of use district, certain uses even require a special use permit. The special use permit gives council discretion on whether or not to allow certain uses in specific areas. As submitted, the proposed site plan, tree survey, landscape plan, and elevations are incomplete and do not comply with the zoning ordinance. The site plan does not have the 24-foot fire lane easement shown. The landscape plan and tree survey are not signed and sealed by a landscape architect and do not correctly identify the trees and shrubs being planted. The shrubs should be planted around all vehicular use areas. The elevations and details do not include screening wall for the material storage area, nor is one shown on the site plan. Property does not comply with the subdivision ordinance, which requires all properties to have public road frontage and have utilities. The property actually fronts on the DART right-of-way. It's got a Lone Star gas easement and a TRA easement in the front. It appears that this property has been bought and sold without being platted, which should not have happened. Prior to any permit being issued for this property, a plat will be required, and staff recommended to the applicant that they bring a plat concurrent with this request in order to resolve the deficiencies. That plat proposal was withdrawn after it was determined that there was not going to be sufficient time to prepare it for this meeting. So here are the elevations of the proposed office building and water tank, portable restroom, and the batch plant and silos. You can see one of them's 56 feet in height, and there's 42 foot in height. I'm not sure if that's the same, maybe that's the same structure. And then there's a temporary office building that's going to be a Confederate gray color. The water tanks appear to be 12 feet tall. The second part is to amend the land use plan. So right now, the current property is shown right here. They're proposing to amend it from urban residential neighborhood to industrial special district to match their batch plant use. So the purpose of urban residential neighborhood is to provide areas for a wide variety of higher density residential uses, typically greater than 4 dwelling units per acre, that serve the needs of residents seeking alternatives to low and medium density single-family detached housing. These areas may serve the needs for first-time homeowners, empty nesters, and other residents seeking to downsize. So this is the same district that Mary presented in her case that they amended it to. The uses allowed within this land use category of the future land use plan are townhomes, apartment/condominiums buildings, also small lot, single-family attached and detached dwellings, and the like. So within the industrial special district, the purpose of this land use category within the 2030 Comprehensive Master Plan is to provide areas for employment and light industrial activities typically dependent upon good transportation access to highways, rail lines, and airports. Uses allowed are medium to large scale warehousing, light manufacturing, wholesale storage and distribution, showrooms, office warehouses, research and development, technology centers, and ancillary retail, service, and restaurant uses that serve the employees within that district. We would not recommend that the land use designation be changed either. In terms of mailing, we sent 4 notices within 200 feet. We did receive one in favor, who is the property owner, and I believe owns the adjacent property to the east. And then we sent out 5 courtesy notices within 800 feet and received no responses either in favor or opposition. And staff is recommending denial of an amendment to the future land use map as well as proposed rezoning request to special use permit 1271 light industrial. Now, if the commission does recommend approval,
The following conditions are recommended. The property be platted and waiver to the public road frontage and utility requirement of the subdivision ordinance be obtained. A 24-foot fire lane mutual access easement be obtained and constructed across the neighboring properties, giving proper access to a public road. 3, due to drastic changes in the proposal since the original resubmittal, staff has not had adequate time to review the plans. Therefore, any significant change will require an amendment to the special use permit. 4, any work within the floodplain limits would need to comply with the relevant floodplain management requirement. And 5, there may be additional comments at the time of building permit and detailed engineering review. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is in the audience as well if they wanted to present or answer any questions.
So the applicant's asking for a 5-year permit. So could it be obtained other than creating a zoning change?
No.
Okay. Any other questions of staff by the commission? Okay, is the applicant here to present the case?
Steve Malisco, 928 Falcon Lane, Capel, Texas. Jason Gutschall, Manhart Consulting, 8144 Walnut Hill Lane, Dallas, Texas.
Good evening. Phil Flink, 650 Skyline, Hutchins, Texas.
Okay.
And we would like to give a short presentation to the commission, if that's okay.
Sure.
That'd be good. Sure. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. I try to make it easy. Hi, good evening. Thank everyone for hanging in there with us. Last on the agenda here. Matt did a great job describing the project. This slide is the properties nearby. We are the 1760. This shows the existing SUPs in the area to the east. And as we can go to the next slide now. So this slide shows the proximity of the site within the city limits, far east portion of the city along Beltline with lots of existing light industrial in that area adjacent to us on both sides, and as you continue east towards Route 35. Yeah, next one. Like I said, here's the aerial showing the existing light industrial is this area with the existing uses labeled storage yard to our west, auto repair, and an existing batch plant, 2 properties to our east, and excuse me, a masonry contractor at the entrance. There is an existing agreement between the properties for access. We're going to enhance that as we move forward with our plat for access to the site.
If I could ask, who's on the site now?
Go ahead. So currently, the site, the way as it exists, when Archer Western finished their rail line project, they moved off the property. It's basically vacant at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll touch on just a couple engineering aspects. Do we have a site plan? Is that the next one? Or it's not? Okay, well, go to the next one. So this is an aerial with our site plan and landscaping shown. Since the first submission, we met with staff and clarified some existing uses. The utilities will be all on site. You saw the portable toilet. Water will be brought in. We have a fire tank that we're going to provide for fire suppression. Talked with that with the fire chief. His only concern would have been is the trailer. So we've eliminated some of all the utility extensions into the site, so that simplifies things for the operation significantly. Also, regarding drainage, on the closer site plans, where the 100-year floodplain kind of skirts our property, comes in a little bit into our landscaped areas, but nowhere are we proposing any new construction within the floodplain. Similarly, where this whole area is pretty flat. We're not looking to change grades or do anything like that, and we're actually reducing the overall impervious based on what we're seeing out there with the former use.
Matt, if you don't mind, could you just go back a couple slides? One more, please. Okay. So our presentation tonight will be kind of two additional people. I'd like to just kind of go over a high level of what we're asking, respectfully requesting. Secondary to that, my counterpart, Mr. McGlisco, will go into some very detailed facts about the property and how we plan on getting there. Okay. If you take a moment to kind of look at what part of town the property's in, I would contend that this isn't your typical Capel site. The property itself and basically the existing use. We'll pull up some aerials here in the future. I'll show you kind of where the floodplain's at and some of the other constraints of the existing use that's there. But to evaluate this property, it can't be done by just simply checking a box. Now, we feel city staff has done an excellent job following the guidelines that they have to stay within and, go through the boxes, check the boxes, ask us to supply. But this board in and of itself is the reason why we're here when we wanted to discuss this, because this is going to take a little bit outside of the box thinking for this piece. Due to the location of the property where it's at in Capel, the existing use that's out there and the various uses that's out there that include a SUP for a bar and grill. Didn't know if you knew there was one there. And we're not here to argue the 2030. We respect the city's vision. We appreciate the guidelines for that. However, we need to respect the current and identify the current environment that's out there, and my counterpart will do that in detail. The current zoning uses are described on the staff report, page 1. And while Steve will go into more detail, the adjacent uses are labeled as South Light Industrial, East Light Industrial, West Light Industrial. The north is a driving range. So just to the east of our property, or west of our property, it listed as a salvage yard. Then there's our property. The property owner to the east, which is a salvage yard, I believe they were the one that commented in favor. Just for clarification, the owner of the property in question we're talking about does not own the salvage yard either. It's not the same owner. So it's a separate owner that turned in a favorable on our behalf. We feel that we can introduce to you tonight some key low-risk opportunities that actually have some significant upside potential, but they also have protections for the city and its residents. One comment that was made during this process is, well, we already have a batch plan. We don't need another one. There's not a lot of home building going on anymore. And I'm going to have to say, in the spirit of let the market dictate that. A little competition probably wouldn't hurt the corporate batch plant that's been out there for years. That doesn't sell to individuals. Just you got to open a corporate account, business account. But if I wanted to just simply pour a driveway from my house, I couldn't go there and get concrete. I'd have to have a corporate account. So we sell to everybody. There are two current large-scale projects that you may or may not be aware of that are in Capel today. There is the reconstruction of CIP project for Royal Lane. That's a $20 million project that's going to be going on 26, 27. I believe Tissio is the contractor. I would imagine that there's going to be a large amount of concrete required by Tissio, and wondering kind of where they're going to get it from. Additionally, there's an annual resurfacing contract that just let. It's an annual contract that's, I think it's extendable for 4 years, in which the city identifies infrastructure needs, panels that need to come out, be replaced, and report. I can only assume there'd be a high demand for concrete there. After my counterpart's presentation, I can almost guarantee you, and I'm not Joe Namath, I'm not, or Mark Messier, I'm not going to go out like that, but I'll say that you're going to see consider upside if we truly understand that there are protections built for the city. We're asking to determine the use tonight. We still have to go to council, assuming we get your favorable recommendation with conditions we agree to. And then separately, we still have to come back in front of you and put our money where our mouth is. We got to get a plat. We still have to go through that whole process. We're willing to take that risk because we believe in the project and we think we've done our homework. So at this time, I'd like to turn over the project to Mr. McGlisco for his portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Matt, could we go to the next slide, please? Thank you, sir. Again, this is just the overall look at the land that's existing out there right now today. This is after the rail improvements were done. This particular property doesn't have a plat. It's owned by second generation. To my knowledge, was never platted. It's had various different uses for equipment storage, for the railroad construction, and these types of things over time. So right now, it's just vacant. Next slide, please. Next slide. We saw this one a little bit already. So one of the big pluses that we see with this use is currently out there, it's vacant, so there's no sales tax being generated. There's very, very little property tax being generated. Coming off the Capel's website, it mentions that, you know, over the last 5 or 6 years or so, there's been a very large reduction in sales tax revenue to the impact of a $20 million loss. General fund expenditures, however, has continued to increase 3% a year. Some of the mitigation that was put in place, it looks like guys back in 2019 did a great job reducing line items in the budget. There's been a hiring freeze. I think it mentioned that one of the main mitigation efforts was to raise property taxes through the appraisal district with values on the homes each year by 3.5%, which is what's max allowed by law, and then new construction and development. So the city council over time has done a very good job trying to find great ways to mitigate these big losses. And if you go to the next slide, Matt. Those are just details. Go to the one more slide. So currently out there, if you go to the Dallas CAD, the property right now, and you go over a 5-year period, it's going to bring in $3,000 in property taxes for the city. So, you know, that can be used in the general fund or wherever it needs to go and be helpful, but it's not a very big amount of money. It's kind of a big drop in the bucket. Also, there's a monopoly on concrete. You have higher costs. You have more difficulty in use. Concrete has a shelf life, so once you order it and it's mixed, it only can last for a certain amount of time per cog specs before it's no good anymore. It has to be thrown away. And so if the trucks come from too far away or traffic is too bad for them to get here within that time frame, the concrete's returned as unusable. Looking at what we would do with the SUP if we're there with our batch plant, the property tax goes up significantly due to the business property to about $94,000 a year. The sales tax, using Capel sales tax, and what we typically have in our performer for these plants brings in about $3.6 million in sales tax revenue at 5 years. So combined, we're looking at about $3.7 million that could be brought into the city.
over that 5-year term. Next slide, please. These are just details showing the math, as it were, to get to those numbers. You can forward again, please, Matt. And one more time. Excellent. So the existing SUPs that we have out there, there's 2 telecom SUPs, and there is a restaurant, sports bar and grill SUP out there. The existing batch plant does not have an SUP. And then you can see south, there is also an SUP on the south side of Beltline. That's a storage unit that's, I believe, fairly new. Next slide, please. So this is just a look at existing conditions. I know I have been in Capel for quite a while, and I hardly ever go down this way, so I'm not familiar, before I started working on this project, with this part of Capel. And I'm going to make the assumption that maybe some of you are not as well. So I think it's good to actually look at what's there right now. So the railroad is elevated with a new passenger rail. It screens the whole property pretty well. That's a look as you're standing on Beltline, looking north into the property. The next slide, please, Matt. This is showing the floodplain and the floodway. So the property to the west of us, which is a pretty large storage yard full of equipment and various materials, is almost all in the floodplain, and it looks like a little bit of floodway. Our piece, where the logo is, there's a little bit of floodplain in the back. We're not looking to make any changes or do anything to the floodplain at all. But the whole area is kind of contained on all sides by either the rail or the floodplain or floodway. Next slide, please, Matt. So this is the storage yard. It's a non-conforming use with the 2030 future land plan of urban residential. It's mostly floodplain. There's some floodway. You can see there's a lot of abandoned equipment there. There are berms on the far west side to help screen it from the apartments. And there's also trees along that western border. Next slide. Just to the other side of us is an auto repair yard. They've got a significant amount of vehicles that are parked out there all the time. It looks like some of them may have been taken over by the facility. They've got a lot of workers there. But they're also non-conforming with the use Matt brought up. There are potential environmental issues if this was to change and you had a residential group come in to work on. I don't know that they need an SUP, but there's not one there. And it also probably brings in some good sales tax revenue, which is kind of what we're trying to do as well. Next slide, Matt. So the existing batch plant, after a short rain, their whole area floods. They have a little pump they turn on, and they pump water out into the bar ditch across the access easement. So this is, again, a non-conforming use. Lattimore used to own it. It's now owned by, I can't read the sign on the silo up there, but it's one of the groups that took over a lot of Lattimore's assets in the past. It's a little bit larger than what we have and we're proposing. And then I was informed that you can't have any kind of logos or names on the actual plant, batch plant itself. These guys have one up there. Next slide, please. And on the far side, there's the sports bar and grill, and it's actually shared with a rock general contracting group. They also have materials. You can see in the parking lot, there's a whole bunch of folks that are there at the bar and grill. It does seem to have a pretty good amount of customers in use. I've not been inside, but I've been to their website. It looks like it's been there for quite a while. There is a fire lane in existence through their parking lot. You can see the red line. It's right behind the cars that are parked there. And that turns right off and accesses Beltline Road through a railroad crossing. Next slide, please. So in looking at just kind of if you're going to change this to urban residential, there's a lot of steps that have to take place. And there's a lot of different owners out there that are going to be, have been there for quite a long time and are not going to necessarily want to change. There's definitely going to be some flood study and reclamation work. You're definitely going to need to do some environmental reports and looks. And you guys can look at some of those, terminate some of the existing SUPs. I would guess my experience is with land development since probably about 2001. And this kind of a project would definitely look for some public financing. I know the groups that I've been with in the past would definitely want some help with this just because of the fact that there's going to be a lot of site cleanup required. You're going to need to probably purchase the entire property in order to get residential in there. I would assume they're going to ask for some public financing, whether that's a pit or TERS or whether that's something else that they can work out with you guys. I just see that as another step in the process of getting it to the urban residential. We're not trying to really make any change. If you guys want the urban residential in 2030, that's why we came back and we limited this to 5 years. Originally, we just wanted it changed, and we were going to try to have the batch plant there, as long as it was economically feasible. But we decided to change it to 5 years so that, if you guys wanted to make that transition to urban residential, that would be a possibility and a much easier transition. Next slide, Matt. So the benefits of a second batch plant in Capel. Currently, I mentioned earlier, the 623 a year for 5 years gives you the $3,000. The SUP brings in 3.7 over the same 5-year time frame. And then, if it doesn't get renewed, we could be gone, and you guys have 3.7 instead of $3,100. The residents, as my associate mentioned, we sell to everybody. Our pricing is usually a little bit less than everybody else's. So I have just an example of a driveway. A typical driveway is about 30 yards. $200 is what we are assuming that the price is. Most of the large commercial guys charge $200 a cubic yard. So that's about $6,000 in concrete, just materials to replace your driveway. We sell for about $145 a yard. That saves the residents about $1,600. We're a family-owned business. We want to engage with community. We want to engage with the local businesses, the ISDs, the city itself, whatever we can do. And as part of that, we try to be very competitive in our pricing. And then next slide, Matt. I think it's the last one.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, thanks, Steve. The good thing, it's not 2030. We've got some time. We've got a sunset provision in our request. We're coming in front of you respectfully and letting you know we acknowledge the current future land use plan. We wanted you to have a better picture of what's out there today, to understand the current environment, the current batch plant, the current barn grill, the current storage yard, the current other uses. Our approach isn't to go beat up our neighbors so that we can get a batch plant, but we have to have you understand that this site doesn't fit in a perfect box. I can't turn anything over to staff and they can check the boxes. What I can ask is conditions allowing us to move forward by determining that the use is acceptable for that window with a sunset clause, and then I've got to come back in front of you. Well, for that, I have to go in front of council and convince them, assuming that you give us a favorable recommendation to move forward with conditions, and then I have to come in front of you again. And when I have to come in front of you again for the plat, there will be no, we didn't get this done, we don't have this. It will all be done because we have to prove that the site can be developed for the use. So again, we have a TCEQ permit in hand. So to answer any questions about any environmental concerns, dust, any of that stuff, we have a TCEQ permit in hand. And we do that for every one of our sites, and have an outstanding track record with the TCEQ. Clean and orderly, respectful of the city. Our plants typically include water trucks, which this one will. We look at a $5 million initial investment with a state-of-the-art plant, day one. Brand new mixer trucks, 2025s. We're not going to bring a bunch of old 1980 mixer trucks in. We're going to bring in a brand new sweepers, brand new water trucks, and everything we need to operate the plant. We feel that the uptick in projected revenue is real. It's based off actual production, based off cubic yardage that can be produced at the plant, and based off need. We do this every day. We know that this is something that y'all need to consider, and we respectfully request that you consider it with the conditions, knowing that we come in front of you. We still have to prove everything to you with the plat, by getting the plat, and we agree to the conditions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation there. Didn't realize those numbers were that big there, but my concern goes to the dust and those things. So help me understand that. With the prevailing wind coming out of the southwest, that's going to put it over the golf course and into that residential development.
So our plants are regulated, and again, through the TCEQ. We have a brand new plant that we're putting in that has additional state-of-the-art dust scrubbers. Some of that nomenclature and some of that shop drawings and descriptions were submitted to staff. But again, we're talking about a state-of-the-art plant. We control dust the best we can. There's scrubbers. There's a part of the plant. It's part of the process. So we can control it as good as, we can control the dust on this plant as good as, or better than the existing plant. I can promise you that, just based off the technology. So we're very sensitive to that. We're very sensitive to our neighbors, and we have an excellent track record with the TCEQ to prove my words.
Thank you for that.
So I think one of the issues I have here is, what I hear from staff here is that most of the submittals were insufficient, inadequate. You guys are kind of, I feel like our hands are being a little bit tied here. Is there a rush to get this approved today? Or it sounds like this was sort of a partial submittal, is kind of the way it sounds.
I think we respectfully disagree with the completeness comment. We submitted site plans. They were revised from the original submittal. And as I mentioned on utilities, we reduced the scope of the utilities. The landscaping plan, the only comment on the first submission was that it needed to be on one sheet, like just change the scale. We recreated that plan on one sheet with the same plantings. So like, it's the same plan that was submitted originally and received. The only comment, like I mentioned, was the scale of the drawing. I think we've proven, as we've gone back and forth since we took the project over, we're responsive to staff. They've made requests. We've adjusted. I know we're up against the timeline with the review schedule and everything. One other request that was made that, excuse me, was a preliminary drainage plan. We pulled that together and gave it to staff. There really is no drainage proposed. We're reducing the impervious and the site is, there's zero vegetation out there now, a couple trees, but nothing really that helps water, get into the ground. So, we're adding grass areas, additional trees, screening on our landscaping plan. There's a fence around the whole property with solid screening, and then we'll add the screening for the materials, as needed. So You know, we've given elevations of each of the structures as requested. You know, as far as an SUP submission, it's a site plan and the architecturals. You know, the site plan, the landscape plan is quite detailed. An additional drainage study has also, or drainage plan, excuse me, was submitted.
Again, to directly address your question, sir, we don't want you to feel rushed. We don't want to feel like we've got you cornered. We want to be able to address your questions. We want to point out that there is a sunset clause in what we're asking. There's protections for the city. We still have to come forth and plat the project. We accept the conditions. So we take the risk as an owner to then fund the project and move forward to the next step. And we acknowledge that risk. And at that time that we turn in the plat, any such questions that remain related to the conditions will be satisfied. So again, we do have to come right back in front of you again. So at that point, I come in front of you and I don't have my homework done, you kick me out of the room, right? That's kind of where I'm at, to be straightforward to where we're at. Thank you.
So Matt, what does that look like, this sunset clause, and what is, in reality, what all are we dealing with if this thing were to advance out of here?
Well, so it's an SUP for 5 years. After 5 years, it goes away. So they have to come back and renew it in 5 years, or they have to vacate the site. That's basically.
And there's a process, a public process. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Speak into the microphone there.
We have to go back through the process, because it'll be a change in zoning, just like you did earlier tonight with the STR.
Okay. And what is staff's response to the applicant presentation tonight? I mean, have you heard anything that encourages or changes your thoughts in staff recommendation or anything?
No, not at all. We still recommend denial. It's not in conformance with our future vision for the area. It's just prolonging the use is already out there.
Okay. Any questions of staff or the applicant by the commission? Kent, why don't you go first?
Thank you, sir. Matt, given the existing uses that are out there, I mean, and the urban residential neighborhood zoning,
Yeah, urban residential neighborhood is the future land use vision for the area. It's zoned light industrial. So it already has a industrial vibe to it, but the future vision is to convert over from light industrial
how would you
to-
see that happening with the existing commercial that's there? I mean,
Right. Well, so when we adopt a comprehensive master plan, we go through the community, we go through stakeholder meetings, we have a bunch of vetting that goes into it, and we establish a future land use plan for the entire city. It doesn't always match the zoning, and so it takes time. And this is just one use that's perpetuating that, or it's taking away from the change, right? So we don't want to prolong the uses out there. This is right next to a golf course. It's right next to, we've got multifamily, which is about 1,000 feet away. We've got, we've already got complaints from that neighborhood, that multifamily neighborhood, about the DART crossing. So we're recommending that be a silent zone on Volley Drive. And that's on the other side of the batch plant, the existing batch plant. So that's a long-winded answer, sorry.
well, no, it's curious to me because, I don't know,
We have very little vacant land in the city. So we've got to start redevelopment. It's got to start somewhere.
So one question for the applicant, excuse me. So from a timeframe standpoint, Is 5 years the minimum, or would you consider something less than 5 years?
In good faith, we would consider something considerably less than 5 years if that doesn't mean it changes what we're here for tonight, and I have to pull it from the agenda and come back through, like I had to do last time, to be honest with you. We would consider a shorter window. If the math adds up from now, honestly, it's gonna take us a business quarter or so to get ramped up after everything's done. It's probably gonna, another, how many months to go through the rest of the process?
With the plat and everything, probably 3 to 4.
So really, we're looking third quarter this year up to the point where we could even start. So again, we're here in good faith to try to figure out a use. We feel that the $4 million is real. My fear is that long-term, or in the short term, which we're talking short term, that if nothing's done, the site's just gonna the property's gonna kinda sit and the city's gonna get their $3,000 over the 5 years, or we can generate some serious tax dollars and we can benefit the area, and that's what we're trying to do. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, yes, thank you. And it's certainly the tax generation is interesting. I think for the purpose of this body, it's not something we consider. For city council, certainly, but it's not, we're through the lens of land use and not tax generation. So then my question for Matt, in terms of the surrounding properties, so it sounds like some of them have SUPs, some of them do not. Is that because of sort of the length of time they've been on the property or when they started and so forth?
Yeah, most likely. If they don't have an SUP for something that requires an SUP, then it's a legal non-conforming or illegal non-conforming. I don't know. I guess Bob would. Legal non-conforming.
Or would it just predate the SUP process?
Which makes it legal non-conforming.
Well, all this property was owned by Johnny Thompson and Steve Kimbrell together, and it's been this industrial, it's actually cleaner now than it used to be, I will say that, but it's always been an issue and a problem for us, and as Mr. Thompson was a spirited member of our community, and he was difficult to deal with, and this property's been in this condition since I got here in 1979.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions of the applicant, the commission?
Yeah.
Sue?
Quick question. So traffic in and out of the site, should you proceed, what would the traffic look like in and out of there? Is that concrete trucks in and out? Is that 50 trucks, 100 trucks, 1,000 trucks?
And I think based off our projections, it's going to obviously based on the volume of the day, but currently we'd have 5 trucks allocated to the site. They turn on a, depending on where they're going, but they turn not any quicker than an hour. So if they're getting 3 loads a day, their target is, so 15 back and forth versus what's out there right now. Again, with the existing plant and the other traffic, I can't speak to that. But to answer your question, I hope that answers your question.
And which way, once they got onto Beltline Road, I mean, would the traffic split be? Would it be 30% to the east and 70% west, or what would that split look like?
If we were servicing the city of Capel site with the concrete, we would most likely go into Capel. We're on the northeast corner of the project. If we had a preferred route for materials and so forth, we would head straight to George Bush. We'd straight to 35, which within, I don't know how many feet it is from the site to the city of Carrollton line. I think I might even be able to throw a rock and hit it. So we would head that way, and that is a major roadway. That is I mean, it's all improved. So we would be go ahead.
We have a contract with Dallas ISD, don't we? for
Yeah, we
some
do.
work?
Yes, we do. So the one thing that we have a contract with various municipalities and ISDs, and one of them is DISD. So we do a handful of work for them. So, some of this concrete is going to benefit the local ISD. It's going to benefit us, right? We're a contractor, or a concrete supplier. I'm not going to tap around that, but it's going to serve a better cause. We truly feel because it's going to be benefiting the ISDs and other projects that I think are not being properly serviced now. To Mr. McGlisco's comment about the timing of concrete, that's a COG spec, and as the temperatures come up in the summer, as you may or may not know, that travel time, that concrete's expired in just a matter of time. It's wasted effort. So that's why I think the first time we were here, I was asked why this site. That's one of the reasons why it makes it an ideal site, considering it's in a light industrial part of town.
And then deliveries of material, and what are those materials?
So the elements of rock, sand, cement. The cement comes in sealed pneumatic, trucks. It gets blown in from the truck into the plant. All of that material coming in is covered under the TCEQ permit for clean air. Rock, sand, cement, water.
And how many trucks a day is that?
It's going to vary on the amount of yardage. So what we typically try to do, each plant has what we call a cement pig. It holds cement, and we have bins. So what we typically do is we'd set up our trucks. If you're asking, are we going to have trucks running in and out every day? Not necessarily. It's going to depend on the orders, and it's going to depend on the mix design. It's going to depend on, but we fully, our day one would be to have everything stocked, and then we'd have to replace it as needed. I can't give you an exact number, fortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Is access to this property over by the sports bar? Is that across from Ledbetter? Is that where the only access is now?
Yes, so across from the old sports bar to the south, all that land there with the storage units, which is light industrial as well, you go up and over the rail line to access the property. So to Mr. McGlisco's point, the reason why the line of sight or the rail line's elevated, you actually go up and then back down. So the road is actually lower than the rail line significantly. It acts as a natural buffer and berm.
And what kind of concrete would you be making at this facility? You'd be using any plasticizer or accelerants or anything like that?
Our target market for this is just standard rock, sand, cement, water for roadway repairs is typically patios, driveways, those type of things. We don't envision this being a commercial site where we're pouring for commercial buildings. That's not really what our MO is, but again, I won't speak out of both sides of my mouth in front of this commission. If someone came in and wanted to purchase concrete, we're open to the public, so we would sell it to them as well. But our primary mix is, in fact, for roadway and sidewalks and so forth. Standard mix.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Discussion by the commission? Is there a motion by the commission? Okay, we got a green light.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I will move to deny the special use permits, 1271 light industrial and industrial special district land use plan amendment and special use permit for a concrete batch plant.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Marr. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Haas. Cammie, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond, please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Patel?
Just to clarify, aye means we're in favor of denial.
Correct.
Correct.
Aye.
Aye.
Vice Chair Blankenship? Sorry. Aye. Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
And Commissioner Haveman?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, item 14 on the agenda is update on council actions. Matt, Mayor, are there any items to review from the previous council case?
Yeah, I believe the mansions was the PD ordinance for the mansions project was approved.
Okay, and then Samit, welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Look forward to working with you over the year. And with that, item 15 is adjournment. The time is 10:12.